新英汉口译实践第一和第一单元追求卓越
Unit 1 In Pursuit of Excellence
篇章交传
Passage for Consecutive Interpretation Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Welcome to University Awards. I am delighted that we are once again celebrating the achievements of our colleagues together. Our annual University Awards recognize and honor the best in our community. Some have excelled in educating students. Some have scaled new heights in research, while others have served university and country with distinction. Each of our winners has scaled impressive peaks. Your endeavors have made a difference to our university and society. Your achievements help raise the standing of our university. We take pride in your achievements. Is there a formula to achieving excellence? I would like to refer back to the 2 P's and 2 C's here. The 2 P's refer to perspiration and perseverance. The 2 C's are the quintessential qualities in our quest for excellence: curiosity and courage. Today, I would like to expand on curiosity and courage. Curiosity, or what Einstein called a childlike sense of wonder, makes us question things that others do not even notice. Children are naturally curious. Unfortunately, as they grow up, they often lose their sense of wonder and stop asking questions. But 2 popular questions remain. What is the right answer? Which is the right answer? How should I answer? The great French novelist Anatole France, Nobel laureate in literature, had this to say: "The whole art of teaching is only the art of awakening the natural curiosity of your minds." Einstein added, "It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge." The educator's role is to draw our students' curiosity, to inspire them, to make them see the world with fresh perspectives, and to lead them to ask different and interesting questions. Curiosity is also a powerful force that drives research. The researcher sustains his joy in knowledge and creative expression and follows a childlike curiosity, leading him to untrodden paths of discovery. As Einstein put it, "I am neither especially clever nor especially gifted. I am only very, very curious." He went on to say, "The important thing is not to stop questioning." Therefore, at the core of the best universities is an intellectual method that encourages questioning. The skepticism towards existing wisdom leads to new ways of thinking and breakthroughs in knowledge. Deepening this spirit of inquiry is the most important challenge for our universities. Courage is resistant to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. When confronting uncertainty in today's rapidly changing world economy, fear is natural. We need courage to deal with uncertainties and fear. Letting go of certainties requires courage. Dealing with uncertainties also requires courage. In a knowledge-based economy, there is no set and tested formula for success. To do well, our people need to be flexible enough to respond to frequent and discontinuous changes, and be able to create new opportunities for themselves. We have to imbue our students with the ability to innovate, the critical skills to exploit ideas, the confidence to dream big and take risks, and the courage to persevere in adversity. Inspiring students requires courage. You would be leading your students by your example along untrodden paths to the cutting edge. At the cutting edge, you often no longer know where the next leap is. By suggesting a way forward, you create a sense of adventure and allow your students to catch a glimpse of the knowledge frontier, inspiring them to press on. This is where teaching and learning become exciting. Indeed, curiosity and courage are quintessential qualities of a scholarly community. They enable us to inspire our students, do pioneering research, and serve with education. Our university's quest for excellence in 3 areas, research, education, and service, encompasses multiple goals. Many of the desired outcomes are intangible and not readily measured. Increasingly, intellectual breakthroughs do not occur within a single discipline. They tend to occur where there is fertile space for academics from diverse disciplines to explore as well as connect and collaborate with each other. In this way, diversity becomes the strength of a university community. All of us are stakeholders of this university, investing our talents and the best years of our lives. University management does not have a crystal ball for predicting where the next exciting developments will come from. As we scale greater heights, I envisage faculties to be wellsprings of ideas. Correspondingly, I see a need for more bottom-up involvement in developing initiatives and making decisions. There is also a need for greater differentiation to cater for genuine differences among our faculties and disciplines. In doing so, we need to strike an appropriate balance with consistency and equitability. In facing uncertainty and managing change, we need courage to persevere, courage to press on. In a sea change, we can ill afford to remain static. We have a shared responsibility to move forward and ensure a healthy return on our investment. Winners of our university awards exemplify our quest for excellence in education, research, and service. My heartiest congratulations and deepest appreciation go to this year's winners. Let's celebrate the achievements of our colleagues and enjoy your performance. Thank you.
第2单元，快乐真谛。
Unit 2, A Simple Truth About Happiness.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
After I gave a talk on the subject of happiness, a woman in the audience stood up and said, "I wish my husband had come." Much as I loved him, she explained, it wasn't easy being married to someone so unhappy. This woman enabled me to put into words what I had been searching for, altruistic as well as the personal reasons for taking happiness seriously. I told her that each of us owes it to our spouse, our children, our friends, to be as happy as we can. I was not a particularly happy child, and like most teenagers, I took pleasure in my anguish. One day, however, it occurred to me that I was taking the easy way out. Anyone could be unhappy. It took no courage and effort. True achievement lay in struggling to be happy. The notion that we have to work at happiness comes as news to many people. We assume it's a feeling that comes as a result of good things that just happen to us, things over which we have little or no control. But the opposite is true. Happiness is largely under our control. It is a battle to be fought and not a feeling to be awaited. To achieve a happy life, it's necessary to overcome some stumbling blocks, 3 of which are: 1. Comparison with others. Most of us compare ourselves with anyone we think happier, a relative, an acquaintance, or often someone we barely know. I once met a young man who struck me as particularly successful and happy. He spoke of his love for his beautiful wife and their 3 daughters, and of his joy at being a radio talk show host in a city he loved. I remember thinking that he was one of those lucky few for whom everything goes effortlessly right. Then we started talking about the internet. He blessed its existence, he told me, because he could look up information on multiple sclerosis, the terrible disease afflicting his wife. I felt like a fool for assuming nothing unhappy existed in his life. 2. Images of perfection. Almost all of us have images of how life should be. The problem, of course, is that only rarely do people's jobs, spouses, and children live up to these imagined ideals. Here's a personal example. No one in my family had ever divorced. I assumed that marriage was for life. So, when my wife and I divorced after 5 years of marriage and 3 years after the birth of our son, my world collapsed. I was a failure in my own eyes. I later remarried and confided to my wife that I couldn't shake the feeling that my family life had failed. She asked me what was wrong with our family now, which included her daughter from a previous marriage and my son. I had to admit that, aside from the pain of being with my son only half the time, my ex-wife and I shared custody, our family life was wonderful. Then why don't you celebrate it? She asked. That's what I decided to do. But first I had to get rid of a perfect family. 3. Missing tile syndrome. One effective way of destroying happiness is to look at something and focus on even the smallest flaw. It's like looking at the tiled ceiling and concentrating on the space where one tile is missing. As a bald man told me, whenever I enter a room, all I see is hair. Once you've determined what your missing tile is, explore whether acquiring it will really make you happy. Then do one of the 3 things. Get it, replace it with a different tile, or forget about it and focus on the tiles in your life that are not missing. We all know people who have had a relatively easy life, yet are essentially unhappy. And we know people who have suffered a great deal, but generally remain happy. The first secret is gratitude. All happy people are grateful. Ungrateful people cannot be happy. We tend to think that being unhappy leads people to complain, but it's truer to say that complaining leads to people becoming unhappy. The second secret is realizing that happiness is a byproduct of something else. The most obvious sources of those pursuits that give our lives purpose, anything from studying insects to playing baseball, the more passions we have, the more happiness we are likely to experience. Finally, the belief that something permanent transcends us and that our existence has some larger meaning can help us be happier. We need a spiritual faith or a philosophy of life. Whatever your philosophy, it should include this truism: if you choose to find the positive in virtually every situation, you will be blessed. And if you choose to find the awful, you will be cursed. As with happiness itself, this is largely your decision to make.
第3单元，家庭婚姻。
Unit 3, Family and Marriage.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I'm a research psychologist, and I've been doing researches on the problems of marriage and family. Today I feel greatly honored to be invited to give a talk on this subject. Being a good parent is harder now than it has ever been before. In pressurized modern lives, demands to be a fulfilled individual and a good partner and a good worker take no account of being a good parent. We haven't left space for the nurturing parents to care for their children and provide the kind of care that their children need. As a result, many families in the Western world just don't work. I think most of us have a bit of a yearning for a table full of children descending neatly in size, the older ones helping the younger ones. Let's control our nostalgia. That traditional family had many faults, not least in the roles it imposed on females. The problem is that in the last generation or so, we've come to assume that women should be able and want to do everything that both men and women have done by tradition. And it's just not possible. Indeed, since adopting a male agenda in life is probably only another form of the traditional ethics that men are superior to women, quite a number of highly educated and economically privileged women are now opting to take career breaks so as to be at home with their children for longer than the 18 weeks. Having children, especially the first child, puts a bigger strain on a couple's relationship than anything else they ever do. Some who stay together emerge stronger and richer, but numerous couples never recover. So a future of smaller families and more people choosing not to have children at all could well leave couples closer than they are today. For many, the purpose of being together would be solely to pleasure and support each other, an interesting prospect. Let's hope people in the future will only have children if they really want them. And that should mean something that is seen as a much more positive commitment than it is now, and that parents are socially supported and admired for doing a good job. The whole point of marriage is that it imposes clear obligations, not just the right to pursue your own happiness. And the main obligation is to provide both emotional and practical nurture for children. Children demand sacrifice and altruism, a long-term investment of parental time and money. Of course, the highest reward that parents expect is to see their children develop and become useful talents for the society.
第4单元乐观人生
Unit 4, Be optimistic about life.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
If you expect something to turn out badly, it probably will. Pessimism is seldom disappointed. But the same principle also works in reverse. If you expect good things to happen, they usually do. There seems to be a natural cause and effect relationship between optimism and success. Optimism and pessimism are both powerful forces, and each of us must choose which we want to shape our outlook and our expectations. There is enough good and bad in everyone's life, ample sorrow and happiness, sufficient joy and pain to find a rational basis for either optimism or pessimism. We can choose to laugh or cry, bless or curse. It's our decision. From which perspective do we want to view life? Will we look up in hope or down in despair? I believe in the upward look. I choose to highlight the positive and slip fight over the negative. I am an optimist by choice as much as by nature. Sure, I know that sorrow exists. I am in my 70s now, and I've lived through more than one crisis. But when all is said and done, I find that the good in life far outweighs the bad. An optimistic attitude is not a luxury, it's a necessity. The way you look at life will determine how you feel, how you perform, and how well you will get along with other people. Conversely, negative thoughts, attitudes, and expectations feed on themselves. They become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Pessimism creates a dismal place where no one wants to live. The only thing more powerful than negativism is a positive affirmation, a word of optimism and hope. One of the things I am most thankful for is the fact that I have grown up in a nation with a grand tradition of optimism. When a whole culture adopts an upward look, incredible things can be accomplished. When the world is seen as a hopeful, positive place, people are empowered to attempt and to achieve. Optimism doesn't need to be naive. You can be an optimist and still recognize that problems exist and that some of them are not dealt with easily. But what a difference optimism makes in the attitude of the problem solver. For example, through the years, I've heard some people say that the money spent on our space program has been wasted. Instead of spending $455 million to put a man on the moon, they say, why not spend that money here on Earth on the poverty problem? But when you ask them exactly how they would spend that money to solve the poverty problem, most of them don't have an answer. Give me a solution, I tell them, and I'll raise you the money. Think in positive terms about how to address the issue rather than criticizing money spent on another program, such as America's space program, which resulted in many positive discoveries that have benefited humanity. Optimism diverts our attention away from negativism and channels it into positive, constructive thinking. When you're an optimist, you're more concerned with problem solving than with useless carping about issues. In fact, without optimism, issues as big and ongoing as poverty have no hope of solution. It takes a dreamer, someone with hopelessly optimistic ideas, great persistence, and unlimited confidence to tackle a problem that is big. It's your choice.
第5单元老龄问题
Unit 5 Old Age Problems
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I have noticed the tone of pride and satisfaction with which middle-aged children in America announce that their 80 or 90-year-old mother still lives in her own house, as if voluntary isolation were the pinnacle of geriatric heroism. In the last 20 years, the number of Americans over 65 who live with their adult children declined by half, dropping from 18% to 9%. There are doubtlessly many reasons for this decrease, from the improved health of older Americans to the number of 2 or more job households. Nevertheless, a third of the over 65 population live entirely alone. One might expect the older that people get, and thus the more help they need, the more likely they are to live with one of their children. Just the reverse is true. If you make it to 85, the odds of your living alone jump to 1 in 2. Do the old people in the United States like to live alone? No doubt some of them do, or at least some of them prefer living alone to the changes and compromises that living with others entails. Independence is, after all, the chief and most honored virtue in this country. The ideal, ingrained in us early, persists even when we can, quite literally, no longer stand on our own 2 feet. When our aging parents' need for help grows too obvious to ignore, we say they are beginning to fail. Losing one's independence is, for Americans, a shameful thing. Independence, autonomy, isolation. On this unstable trinity, the lives of older Americans are precariously balanced. But if you live long enough, independence inevitably becomes an illusion. Slowly the edges of your sovereign island start to erode. You can no longer keep up with the yard work, so you move to a condominium or even a retirement center. You can't see well enough to drive anymore. You call the pharmacy, and a computerized voice gives so many instructions about pushing phone buttons you hang up in despair. Seeking help with these mundane chores of living means surrendering control as well. If you ask others to take you to the grocery store, you must fit your shopping to their schedule and preference for supermarkets. Rely on Meals on Wheels to deliver your dinner, and you have to accept unfamiliar dishes. If your daughter volunteers to clean your house, you can't point out to her, the way you could when she was a teenager, the dust she missed. After a lifetime of doing and having things your own way, you may have to work at feeling or even faking gratitude.
第6单元约定终身
Unit 6. From Dating to Wedding.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I do. To Americans, those 2 words carry great meaning. They can even change your life, especially if you say them at your own wedding. Making wedding vows is like signing a contract. Now, Americans don't really think marriage is a business deal, but marriage is a serious business. It all begins with engagement. Traditionally, a young man asks the father of his sweetheart for permission to marry her. If the father agrees, the man later proposes to her. Often he tries to surprise her by popping the question in a romantic way. Sometimes the couple just decides together that the time is right to get married. The man usually gives his fiancée a diamond ring as a symbol of their engagement. They may be engaged for weeks, months, or even years. As the big day approaches, bridal showers and bachelor's parties provide many useful gifts. Today, many couples also receive counseling during engagement. This prepares them for the challenges of married life. At last it's time for the wedding. Although most weddings follow long-held traditions, there's still room for American individualism. For example, the usual place for a wedding is in a church, but some people get married outdoors in a scenic spot. A few even have the ceremony while skydiving or riding on horseback. The couple may invite hundreds of people or just a few close friends. They choose their own style of colors, decorations, and music during the ceremony. But some things rarely change. The bride usually wears a beautiful long white wedding dress. She traditionally wears something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. The groom wears a formal suit or tuxedo. Several close friends participate in the ceremony as attendants, including the best man and the maid of honor. As the ceremony begins, the groom and his attendants stand with the minister facing the audience. Music signals the entrance of the bride's attendants, followed by the beautiful bride. Nervously, the young couple repeats their vows. Traditionally, they promise to love each other for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. But sometimes the couple has composed their own vows. They give each other a gold ring to symbolize their marriage commitment. Finally, the minister announces the big moment, "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride." At the wedding reception, the bride and groom greet their guests. Then they cut the wedding cake and feed each other a bite. Guests mingle while enjoying cake, punch, and other treats. Later, the bride throws her bouquet of flowers to a group of single girls. Tradition says that the one who catches the bouquet will be the next to marry. During the reception, playful friends decorate the couple's car with tissue paper, tin cans, and a "Just Married" sign. When the reception is over, the newlyweds run to their decorated car and speed off. Many couples take a honeymoon, a 1 to 2 week vacation trip to celebrate their new marriage. Almost every culture has rituals to signal a change in one's life. Marriage is one of the most basic life changes for people of all cultures. So it's no surprise to find many traditions about getting married, even in America. Yet each couple follows the traditions in a way that is uniquely their own.
第7单元走进动物。
Unit 7, Approaching Wildlife.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Have you ever had a close look at the creatures of the deep in the perpetual darkness of the ocean floor or something? Today, I'd like to tell you my wonderful experience in the new zoos around the world. Let's first look at the picture of Sheba the shark. I took this picture in Minnesota's Mall of America, where underwater adventures are offered. She floated just centimeters away from me. I could have reached out and touched her. Could have, that is, if the thick plexiglass wall hadn't been there. The wall curved above my head, forming a tunnel through the aquarium. The tunnel allowed me to visit the home of Sheba and 3,000 other sea animals. When my undersea tour had ended, I rode the escalator back up to the mall. I felt a little strange. Moments ago, I'd been in the dark, beautiful world of the ocean floor. Now, crowds of people and brightly lit stores surrounded me. Located in Minnesota's Mall of America, Underwater Adventures offers visitors a virtual tour of the ocean floor. It does so in the convenience of a shopping center. This park is just one of many in the rapidly expanding world of animal parks. These new zoos are bringing nature to the consumer, and convenience is the name of the game. Today's animal watchers can go on lion safaris without traveling to Africa, and as I discovered, they can admire sharks just after shopping for tennis shoes. New parks are also letting visitors experience nature in new, exciting ways. At the West Edmonton Mall in Canada, visitors can see the ocean sights in a miniature submarine. The ride takes guests under the surface of an indoor man-made lake, the world's largest. In addition to 200 kinds of sea life, visitors see beautiful coral reefs and even a sunken ship. Though not as impressive as a real ocean trip, mall aquariums certainly have a more convenient location. Guests can see the wonders of the ocean without taking the time to travel there. Other parks offer a more extensive look at nature. Animal safari parks give visitors a chance to visit wildlife in their natural surroundings. These parks are too big to fit in a shopping mall, but are still far more convenient than a trip to a distant jungle. Disney's Animal Kingdom is one of America's most famous animal parks. The 167-hectare park lets guests hike through the Indian jungle or ride jeeps through the African plains. The animals roam throughout their environments, allowing visitors a look at their life in the wild. The adventure begins at night at Singapore's Night Safari. The park gives guests the unique experience of visiting wildlife in the dark. Most of the park's tropical animals are nocturnal, so the park is open for only 5 hours a night. There are no truly wild places left in the world. As wildlife becomes even rarer, more tourists want to see them. But tourism alone plainly cannot conserve the world's animal.
第8单元广告促销
Unit 8 Advertising and Promotion
篇章交传
Passage for Consecutive Interpretation
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Until the late 1940s, when television began finding its way into American homes, companies relied mainly on print and radio to promote their products and services. The advent of television brought about a revolution in product and service. Today, the Internet is once again transforming promotion. In any case, the purpose of advertising is to sell goods. This means that the advertiser is going to try to make you think you want something, his something, whether you need it or not. In other words, the advertiser is creating a demand for his product. This is fine. Remember, all the goods being produced today have to be sold, and you cannot buy something if you do not know about it. Let us see how advertisers try to reach the teenage consumer. All consumers have certain basic needs or wants: food, clothing, and shelter. But the basic needs of most teenagers are provided for by their parents. Even here, though, advertisers appeal to teenagers because they know that the kind of food mom buys or the furnishings in a teenage girl room will be partly determined by teenagers. Teenagers are interested in how much an item will cost. They are interested in whether they are getting solid value for their dollars. They want to know what service they can expect after buying the product. Advertisers let you know this. Probably the most effective appeal to teenagers is the appeal to their emotions. Some important emotions are love and fear. Sales of cosmetics to teenagers approach $1 billion each year. Dating is very important to teenagers, so you have to smell sweet, hide any skin blemishes, and keep your hair looking just right. The ads show how using a particular hairspray will make girls and boys more attractive to each other. Ads that promise to increase our sex appeal if we use a product are common. Almost any product can use this appeal. Ads tell you that you'll be more attractive if you eat, chew, drink, wear, or use any one of hundreds of different products. Then, of course, there are those ads that warn of bad breath, perspiration stains, or body odor. Advertisers appeal to teenagers' desire to conform. Young people like to think of themselves as individuals who do their own things, but this is only partly true. Look around your classroom. Notice the hairstyles and the clothing that your classmates are wearing. Chances are there are more things you have in common with each other than you would care to admit. In addition, advertisers appeal to the desire for health and prestige, to the desire to be in style, to pride, and to envy and jealousy. Teenagers, just like all other consumers, are influenced by brand names. Advertisers try to get teenagers used to a brand because they know that in later years, the teenagers will stick to this brand. Therefore, commercials are repeated over and over again on radio and television. We soon get to know them by heart. Slick advertising slogans will pop into our minds as we reach for a product. Some advertisers stay with particular radio or television stars, and consumers come to associate a product with a famous person. Since teenagers spend a lot of time listening to the radio, watching television, and browsing internet, this form of advertising is very important. You are probably wondering at this point whether advertising is good or bad. Actually, it may be a little of both, but decide for yourself.
第9单元双语教育
Unit 9, Bilingual Education,
篇章交传
Passage for Consecutive Interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Our bilingual policy has been and remains a key pillar of our education system and of nation building. It reflects our unique situation as a young multiracial nation. By learning their mother tongues, our students gain not just linguistic skills, but access to the deep rivers of culture and values that we inherit. By requiring students to study their mother tongues, we retain and strengthen our identity as an Asian society, as well as our special character not just as an Asian society, but a multicultural society. We cannot tell exactly how our identity as Singaporeans will evolve, how our different cultures will interact and mesh with each other, and how they will respond to an increasingly globalized world. But we do know that Singapore will be richer for having tapped into its mother cultures and kept them relevant in a cosmopolitan setting. Our mother tongues and the intermingling of our mother cultures will be a source of vibrancy and give us distinctiveness. Our understanding continues to evolve on how students acquire languages. 2 points are worth highlighting. The first is about providing a context that students find familiar or interesting. Research suggests that students learn more effectively and achieve facility in a language when their attention is focused on real-life situations. The second point is about the importance of learning through interaction. Communication, a primary objective of language learning, is intrinsically about people interacting with one another. In the language classroom, real interaction must involve the sharing of real information. The most successful language teachers are therefore those who are able to provide an environment which engages students in lively interaction and exchange of information. Another area of experiment is in the use of English as a tool for effective learning of the mother tongue for certain groups of pupils at the early stage, especially at Primary 1. Some teachers have indeed been doing so for some years on an informal basis. The project is being monitored, but the feedback from teachers and students has been very encouraging. There has also been a fair airing of views on the merits of this bilingual approach to Chinese language or Chinese language teaching. Some are concerned that the method will result in a substandard Chinese language. But there is also broad support for the introduction of this teaching method for Chinese students from English-speaking homes at the beginning stage of their learning of Chinese language. This recent debate highlights the importance of certain basic principles that are inescapable in teaching and learning. First, there is no longer space for one-size-fits-all teaching methods. Teachers know that students differ in how they learn, depending on their backgrounds, experiences, and inherent aptitudes. In language teaching, which method is most effective for a student will depend on his exposure to the language outside the school and especially at home. Further, we know from research on the brain that linguistic abilities are distinct from other intellectual abilities. Some students will be strong overall, but will have difficulty in learning languages naturally. We should try to find ways to help them acquire language competence. A second equally important principle is that whatever we do in education, we should remain pragmatic, not doctrinaire, in our approach. We should, as the Chinese would say, seek truth from facts. Where the evidence shows that we are not achieving what we set out to gain, we change methods. Where the aims are no longer relevant to circumstances, we revise the aims. The bilingual approach is one experiment in teaching the mother tongue, applied to students from English-speaking homes that have little exposure to their mother tongue. We may well be unusual, even unique, in using another language to help in the learning of a mother tongue. But we are also virtually unique in having a substantial proportion of our children coming from homes where their mother tongue is rarely spoken. The bilingual approach is no substitute for the need for such parents and students to have a positive attitude towards the learning of the mother tongue. But where there is interest and a genuine desire to learn the language, we should find the most effective way to encourage students and minimize early hurdles. It is akin to learning to ride a bicycle with the pair of small wheels at the back, that is, the trainer wheels, that help the novice cyclist balance on the bicycle. Once the learner is able to keep his balance, the trainer wheels are removed.
第10单元日常饮食
Unit 10 Everyday Diet
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
My biggest hope for the coming years is that there will be a reaction against diets and food fads, though frankly, I can't see it happening. My New Year wish would be for the word light to disappear from the English language, or better still, for all diets sold in books at airports to prove to be fatal, so their authors got sued for millions in the American courts. Such diets are pernicious. We're already seeing malnourished children in wealthy LA suburbs, and cases of child anorexia and eating problems are increasingly being linked to parental neurosis rather than media images. Perhaps in the next century we'll learn that if you want to lose weight, you simply need to eat less, and that in general food is good for you. If you eat sensibly, you will stay healthy. Your appetite can seem like a wild creature living inside you, demanding to be fed. It doesn't even speak the same language you do. Words with which you're all familiar, fat and thin, mean nothing to your insistent hunger. So, how do you tame this monster? You could drug it with an obesity medication that suppresses appetite and risk side effects like insomnia, headaches, or high blood pressure. You could try to overcome it with willpower, just saying no to high-calorie food, and probably end up feeling deprived. You could cage it by following one of those cruel artificial eating regimens called a diet. Or you could do something natural that's been proved to work. Don't even try to defeat your appetite. Satisfy it instead. I think satiety, that feeling of fullness at the end of a meal, is the missing ingredient in weight management. And what creates satiety? Mainly volume, the simple bulk of the food you eat. If you consume low energy density meals, lots of substance but relatively few calories, you'll readily satisfy your appetite without gaining weight. Cooking has already become a leisure activity in Britain. Look at all those television programs. I do think we will be eating out more and more in restaurants, as a regular event more in the French style than for some special social occasion. And I hope good cooking in Britain will spread to all levels. It is already happening to an extent through pubs, though there is still a long way to go. Good food in Britain is currently not very democratic. As for what we eat, well, some of the science fiction books that predicted that we would all be slurping Japanese noodles have proved to be not too far from the truth. I think we will see pan-Eurasian foods becoming much more popular in the near future. Will GM food win acceptance? There will be movement of genes between species that could not be crossed by conventional breeding methods. That's not to say that food produced by conventional agriculture will disappear, but simply that food buying patterns will polarize. There will be a niche market for conventional foodstuffs just as there is for organic food. It may even be that GM, genetically modified food, will become the food of preference because consumers come to appreciate the health benefits of reduced pesticide use. No doubt there will be some mistakes with GM crops too, but they shouldn't put us off progress.
第11单元太空计划
Unit 11 Space Program
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Mr. President, thank you for the warm welcome. I am honored to be with the men and women of National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. I thank those of you who have come in person. I welcome those who are listening by video. This agency and the dedicated professionals who serve it have always reflected the finest values of our country: daring, discipline, ingenuity, and unity in the pursuit of great goals. America is proud of our space program. The risk-takers and visionaries of this agency have expanded human knowledge, have revolutionized our understanding of the universe, and produced technological advances that have benefited all of humanity. Inspired by all that has come before and guided by clear objectives, today we set a new course for America's space program. We will give NASA a new focus and vision for future exploration. We will build new ships to carry man forward into the universe, to gain new foothold on the moon, and to prepare for new journeys to worlds beyond our own. I appreciate the joint efforts of the Russians with our country to explore. I want to thank the astronauts who are with us, the courageous special entrepreneurs who set such a wonderful example for the young of our country. And we've got some veterans with us today. I appreciate the astronauts of yesterday who are with us as well, who inspired the astronauts of today to serve our country. 2 centuries ago, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark left St. Louis to explore the new lands acquired in the Louisiana Purchase. They made that journey in the spirit of discovery, to learn the potential of vast new territory and to chart a way for others to follow. America has ventured forth into space for the same reasons. We have undertaken space travel because the desire to explore and understand is part of our character, and that quest has brought tangible benefits that improve our lives in countless ways. The exploration of space has led to advances in weather forecasting, in communications, in computing, search and rescue technology, robotics, and electronics. Our investment in space exploration helped to create our satellite telecommunications network and the global positioning system. Medical technologies that help prolong life, such as the imaging processing used in CAT scanners and MRI machines, trace their origins to technology engineered for the use in space. Our current programs and vehicles for exploring space have brought us far, and they have served us well. The Space Shuttle has flown more than 100 missions. It has been used to conduct important research and to increase the sum of human knowledge. Shuttle crews and the scientists and engineers who support them have helped to build the International Space Station. Telescopes, including those in space, have revealed more than 100 planets in the last decade alone. Probes have shown us stunning images of the rings of Saturn and the outer planets of our solar system. Robotic explorers have found evidence of water, a key ingredient for life, on Mars and on the moons of Jupiter. At this very hour, the Mars exploration rover Spirit is searching for evidence of life beyond the Earth. As our knowledge improves, we'll develop new power generation propulsion, life support, and other systems that can support more distant travels. We do not know where this journey will end, yet we know this: human beings are headed into the cosmos. And along this journey, we'll make many technological breakthroughs. We don't know yet what those breakthroughs will be, but we can be certain they'll come, and that our efforts will be repaid many times over. We may discover resources on the moon or Mars that will boggle the imagination, that will test our limits to dream. And the fascination generated by exploration will inspire our young people to study math and science and engineering and create a new generation of innovators and pioneers. We begin this venture knowing that space travel brings great risks. Since the beginning of our space program, America has lost many astronauts, men and women who believed in their mission and accepted the dangers. As one family member said, "The legacy of Columbia must carry on for the benefit of our children and yours." The Columbia's crew did not turn away from the challenge, and neither will we. Mankind is drawn to the heavens for the same reason we were once drawn into unknown lands and across the open sea. We choose to explore space because doing so improves our lives and lifts our national spirit. So let us continue the journey. May God bless you.
第12单元青年教育
Unit 12 Adolescent Education
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to be invited here to make a speech on an educator's responsibility. I read newspaper articles about violent crime, see the rages of inhumanity on the evening news, and hear sound bites on the radio describing cruelty and intolerance. That happens to me often. As an American high school principal, I worry particularly about the effects on our children of our own society, a society that is less safe and less hospitable than the one I experienced as a child growing up during the 1950s and 1960s. In many school districts throughout America, there is already compelling evidence that adolescents have been affected negatively by changing social conditions, including by what many Americans believe to be a decline of basic human values. Parents and teachers must contend often with adolescent aggression, profanity, and disrespect. We are fortunate that most students at our high school are respectful, considerate, and tolerant of differences among their peers. I am proud of the majority of our students' behavior and generally pleased with the social climate of our school. There are, however, some students at our school who display antagonistic attitudes and behave inappropriately. Some students are insensitive and unkind to their classmates, discourteous to adults, and quick to express their anger by raising their voices or by using profanity. It is the responsibility of parents to teach their children to be polite, courteous, and forbearing. It is one of their most fundamental responsibilities to impart to their children the values of integrity, decency, and respect for others. Teachers and school administrators should never become, however, ethical bystanders. If we wish to realize our school district's philosophy not only to educate our students, but also to encourage them to accept the innate worth of every human being, we must not surrender the ideal of maintaining a moral community at our school, where all people have an obligation to be polite and tolerant of individual differences. Some individuals believe that school personnel should not interfere with the behavior of students unless it is directly related to learning or affects the safety of individuals who are inside the school building or somewhere on campus. But good teachers and administrators do teach values, not personal private values, but common values of courtesy, mutual respect, persistence, responsibility, and self-reliance. Ideally, competent educators affirm socially responsible values taught at home. They should demand appropriate vocabulary and good manners. They should remind the students of saying please and thank you, and remind them of not interrupting when others are speaking. It is very much the responsibility of teachers and administrators to promote our school's traditions of proper behavior and good sportsmanship. As a principal, I expect to be judged by the moral and ethical climate of our school. All the academic improvements of our school notwithstanding, I would never consider myself a successful educator unless our students graduated not only as successful learners, but also as ladies and gentlemen.
新英汉口译实践第2和第13单元旅游观光
Unit 13. Sightseeing.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Have you ever been to the Grand Gorge in New York State? Today I'd like to show you around there. It's a magnificent chasm, all right, with sheer shale and sandstone rising 550 feet. 3 gushing falls, one over 100 feet high. River rafting. Some 70 miles of hiking trails that, when snow-blanketed, do double duty for cross-country skiers. And a forest that harbors nearly every species of eastern North American tree. Several species of wild orchids, and a variety of birds from barred owls to herons. The place, New York's Letchworth State Park, home of the so-called Canyons of the East, a 17-mile gorge cut into the central part of the state by the Genesee River on its way north to Lake Ontario. Although overshadowed by New York's other wonder, Niagara Falls, 60 miles to the northwest, the 14,350-acre preserve has noteworthy attractions. In addition to a series of 3 falls that stair-step downriver and provide much of the gorge's usual drama, there are striking rock formations, including pillar-like Cathedral Rock, creations of some 350 million years of sedimentary deposits and erosion. Visitors can best view the park's centerpiece gorge from an overlook at the Mount Morris Dam. Other popular viewpoints are the stone bridge near Lower Falls, the footpaths that seem to cling to the gorge's walls, and Glen Iris Inn and Restaurant, former country retreat of the park's founder, William Letchworth. This 19th century Buffalo industrialist and conservationist was said to have been drawn to the site in 1858 by a rainbow arcing over one of the falls, and soon bought land here. Letchworth deeded these holdings to the state of New York in 1907, an estate that included thousands of trees he planted on this landscape once scarred by lumbering. Today, his mansion's 6 guest rooms and suites are named after tree species in the park. The Seneca Indians who preceded Letchworth here called the gorge Sagahunda, meaning Vale of the 3 Falls. The canyon walls are permeated with tales about the Senecas. An upstanding Quaker, William Letchworth was initiated as a blood brother into the Seneca Nation for his ardent efforts to protect this land and its native people. Visitors claim they can still see his rainbow in the hues reflected in the spraying falls or in the vibrant trees that attract autumn leaf peepers. This wouldn't surprise the Senecas. They believed that the sun lingered over their wild gorge, pausing to appreciate its beauty.
第14单元，网络时代。
Unit 14, The Internet Age.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
The more I see of the Internet, the more enthusiastic I am. We're living through a period of dynamic change. America is ahead just now, with over 50% of the population online. Britain is next, then Scandinavia and Japan, with the rest of Europe lagging surprisingly behind. But it won't be long before everyone catches up. Especially in the Third World, the Internet will be a liberating force that will power democracy and economic growth. The lightning speed of American decision-making in today's business world is embedded in the technology. In the 1980s, American companies, desperate to fend off Japan and Germany, shed their bureaucratic aspects and returned to the knife edge of the market. Companies began to be run much more aggressively in the interests of shareholders, and that powered the adoption of new technology. The pay of CEOs was tied to stock market performance, and businessmen got rich in a way they never previously imagined. The power of greed has always been one of our American lessons for the world. On the knife edge of the market, some are going to bleed. One big innovation here is frictionless selling for cars. Buying online rather than through a big talking salesman at a car dealership. I just bought my new car through Auto Bytel, which normally sells at 2% above what the dealer pays. I arranged finance and got just what I wanted, color, interior, engine size in half an hour. That's great for me. But there are 25,000, mostly family-owned car dealerships in the United States, and in the next decade most will die. It's a transition that will surely be replicated many times over. If there are losers who need protecting, there are also winners on a grand scale, many of them from ethnic minorities. New technology attracts smart people who want to get rich from all over the world. Lots of cubicles at Microsoft headquarters hold an Asian or Latino millionaire. And Yahoo was founded by Jerry Yang, who started by putting together a guide to cool websites as a bored graduate student at Stanford. He was under 30, was born in Taiwan, came to America with nothing, and his company is now worth tens of billions of dollars. Telecom costs are falling toward zero, and computer costs aren't far behind. By next year, we'll be able to store a terabyte of data for $10,000. And not long ago, the entire Internet was held to be a terabyte. The growth of the Internet in Africa, Asia, and the Far East is putting these tools in everyone's hands. And I'm confident that if people get the chance to connect, they will quickly create wealth and opportunities across 7 continents.
第15单元瑜伽力量
Unit 15. The Power of Yoga.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that we are together to understand the power of yoga. Nowadays, movie stars do it, sports stars do it, even judges in the highest courts do it. That yoga thing. A path to enlightenment that winds back 5,000 years in its native India, yoga has suddenly become so hot, so cool, so very this minute. In America, people rush from their high-pressure jobs and tune in to the authoritatively mellow voice of an instructor, gently urging them to solder a union between mind and body. 15 million Americans include some form of yoga in their fitness regimen. 75% of all U.S. health clubs offer yoga classes. Many in those classes are looking not inward, but behind. As one serious practitioner says, some of my friends simply want to have a yoga butt. But others come to the discipline in hopes of restoring their troubled bodies. Yoga makes me feel better, they say. Maybe it can cure what ails me. Is yoga more than the power of positive breathing? Can it, say, fend off heart attacks? Can it rejuvenate postmenopausal women? By even asking the question, we provoke a clash of two powerful cultures. The Indian tradition develops metaphors and ways of describing the body as it is experienced, from the inside out. The Western tradition looks at the body from the outside in, and peels it back one layer at a time, and it believes only what it can see. The East treats the person, the West treats the disease. Yoga relaxes you, and by relaxing heals. When you do yoga, the deep breathing, the stretching, the movements that release muscle tension, the relaxed focus on being present in your body, you initiate a process that turns the fight or fight system off and the relaxation response on. That has a dramatic effect on the body. The heartbeat slows, respiration decreases, blood pressure decreases. The body seizes this chance to turn on the healing mechanisms. But the process isn't automatic. Especially in their first sessions, yoga students may have trouble suppressing those competitive beta waves. Yoga is more an Athenian endeavor than a Spartan one, says an internist. You don't win by punishing your body. Yoga is not a struggle, but a surrender. At a hospital in Los Angeles, cardiac doctors suggest that their patients enroll in its preventive and rehabilitative cardiac center, which offers yoga among other therapies. According to the center's director, patients opting for yoga do show tremendous benefits. These include lower cholesterol levels and blood pressure, and increased cardiovascular circulation. But why so few U.S. studies tested the efficacy of yoga? There are lots of reasons. Those sympathetic to yoga think the benefits are proved by millenniums of empirical evidence in India. Those who are suspicious think it can't be proved. In March, the National Institutes of Health held the first major conference on mind-body research. The loudest voices, the most passionate and articulate spokespersons for the power of the mind to heal, come not from the research community, but from the growing number of gurus, noted an executive director at the MacArthur Foundation. Thousands of research studies have shown that in the practice of yoga, a person can learn to control such physiological parameters as blood pressure, heart rate, and respiratory function. Critics are quick to note that few of those studies were published in leading science journals. Two oddities attend yoga's vogue in America. One is that U.S. has the fittest people and most obese. Yoga typically is practiced by the fit. Exercise, the care and feeding of the body, and possibly the mind, is their second career. The folks in urgent need of yoga are the ones who are at the fast food counter getting their fries supersize, who would rather take up hill than devote a dozen hours a week to yoga. Here's another peculiarity. This ritual of relaxation is cresting at cultural moment when noise and agitation are everywhere. Will you do yoga?
第16单元求职谋略
Unit 16 Tactics for Job Hunting
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
If you are finding it tough to land a job, try expanding your job hunting plan to include the following tactics. Set your target. While you should always keep your options open to compromise, you should also be sure to target exactly what you want in a job. A specific job hunt will be more efficient than a haphazard one. Schedule ample interviews. Use every possible method to get interviews, answering ads, using search firms, contacting companies directly, surfing the web, and networking. Even if a job is not perfect for you, every interview can be approached as a positive experience. Follow up. Even if someone does not hire you, write them a thank you note for the interview. Then, some weeks later, send another brief letter to explain that you still have not found the perfect position and that you will be available to interview again if the original position you applied for, or any other position for that matter, is open. Do this with every position you interview for, and you may just catch a break. Make it your full-time job. You can't find a job by looking sporadically. You have to make time for it. If you're unemployed and looking for a new job, devote as much time as you would to a full-time job. If you have a job while you're looking, figure out an organized schedule to maximize your searching time. Network vertically. In the research phase of your job hunt, talk to people who are on a level above you in your desired industry. They'll have some insights that people at your own level won't have, and will be in a good position to hire you or recommend you to be hired. Keep your spirits up. Looking for a job is one of the toughest things you will ever have to do. Maintain your confidence, stay persistent, and think positively, and eventually you will get a job that suits you. Having learned something for job hunting, let's approach this question from the employer's point of view and look at the qualities they seek. Almost every career requires such skills as listening, speaking, reading, writing, decision-making, researching, reasoning, creativity, persuasion, leadership, interpersonal communication, and organization. In addition, a number of characteristics that may be important for specific jobs: achievement, aggressiveness, ambition, dependability, discipline, honesty, initiative, motivation, people orientation, persistence, responsibility, self-confidence, self-starting, sensitivity, sincerity, tenacity, and tough-mindedness. The way you acquire these skills and behaviors is to a great extent up to you. Without them, no matter how bright and knowledgeable you may be, landing a top job is extremely difficult, if not impossible. The most likely way to obtain these skills and behaviors is through courses, reading, internships, part-time or full-time employment, extracurricular activities, and participation in community functions. Knowing what an employer is looking for in a potential employee can help an applicant to prepare for an interview. An interviewer for a major corporation was asked these questions. What specific skills are you looking for in applicants, and how do you identify these skills? He responded, "Most important for us in the way of skills is the ability to communicate. Can people speak clearly? Can they articulate the kind of person they believe themselves to be? In what kind of work situations do they perform well? What are their strengths and weaknesses? We want to know about the personal qualities of the individual, so I try to ask questions to draw them out and attempt to find out if they have a sense of themselves. What I'm looking for is an ability to verbalize an idea in a clear, simple, understandable language. I'm also looking for the ability to listen attentively and then to be able to respond to an idea or thought that has been presented to them. If they do have good communication skills, they will be able to do this logically and succinctly. I am looking for creativity. Can they be spontaneous? I will ask some off-the-wall questions just to see if this throws them. How do they respond in these tough situations? Can they be creative with their answers? This is very important when they are out in business situations with customers. They will have to respond to very sudden changes and problem-solving situations that they are not necessarily familiar with, and I want to know if they can handle them. What we look for the most are personal qualities: assertiveness, self-motivation, drive, ambition, and a competitive instinct. They should be high achievers and want to work hard. I can usually tell about these qualities from the way the person presents himself or herself and some of the activities they have engaged in. I pick up things from the applications and resume, how they have written them, and the kinds of things they say. How they present their experiences is often very informative. For example, an assertive person will say, "I can do these things," and "I decided on this course of action." Whereas a more passive person might say, "These are the experiences I have had." All of these things describe the person in some way.
第17单元，公平交易。
Unit 17, Fair Trade.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
When people buy a stock, Most do so through one of the securities exchanges or marketplaces for stocks and bonds. These marketplaces are commonly called stock exchanges, and they provide a meeting place for both the buyer and seller. To understand why such securities or stock exchanges are important in the purchase and sale of stocks and bonds, consider what would happen if you, and everyone who wanted to buy or sell securities, had to find a buyer or a seller. How would you know what a fair price for the security is? More importantly, how would you find out who is interested in selling that stock to you or buying it from you? In order to handle this marketing problem, securities exchanges sprung up. These exchanges are nothing more than locations where stocks are bought and sold. And since there is a common meeting place for these transactions, people interested in buying and selling go there or send their representatives. The result is a very systematic market process where transactions are handled in an orderly manner and the operations are both supervised and regulated by law. In this way, the buyer or seller is ensured that the best price is secured and they are not shortchanged or cheated in any way. Assuming your broker works for a major stock brokerage, the order would be telephoned directly to a company clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The clerk would hand the order to a member of the exchange who is a partner in the brokerage. This individual would then go to the appropriate locale on the trading floor and ask for the latest quote on IBM. Let us say it is $70 to a quarter. This means that someone is currently bidding $70 for the stock, and another party is willing to sell at $70.25. If your broker wants, a sale can be struck at $70.25 since the order calls for purchase at the current market price. More likely, however, your broker will bid $70.125 and hope to save you 1/8 of a point or $12.50. And it is likely that another broker with an order to sell will show up and accept the bid of $70.125. The two brokers will then initial each other's sales orders and see that the transaction is relayed to the exchange employee known as the reporter. The reporter sees that the sale is reported, and a few minutes later it will come out on the ticket tape.
第18单元企业管理
Unit 18 Business Management
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Today I'd like to cite a case illustrative of how a small business eliminated the risk of a takeover. The company of Harper & Grant Limited was started 38 years ago by John Harper and Alexander Grant. Alexander Grant died many years ago, and his son Peter Grant, who is in his 50s, is the present managing director. The chairman, Mr. Harper, another of the two men who founded the company, died at the end of December. His death causes a crisis in the firm. Harper & Grant is a private company. A private company can be formed by two or more people. They sign a memorandum of association, stating the number of shares they agree to take, and their signature is followed by the signatures of anyone else, often members of the family, who will also take shares in the company. In a private company, there cannot be more than 50 members or shareholders. The authorized capital of this company was originally £5,000, but the company has grown, and each £1 share is now worth about £100. Each share carries a vote at a shareholders' meeting. Wentworth's, a large and successful firm which manufactures mattresses for beds, own 10% of Harper & Grant shares. Mr. Wentworth Sr. was a personal friend of John Harper. His firm now has an opportunity of buying some of the shares formerly belonging to Harper. Peter Grant wants to stop Wentworth getting as many shares as he owns himself for fear of upsetting the voting power at shareholders' meetings. If Wentworths owned 51% of the shares, they would have a controlling interest and would be in a very good position to take over Harper & Grant completely in time, making it a fully owned subsidiary. Peter Grant is personally jealous of Alfred Wentworth and does not want him to own too many of the shares. He raises a loan, that is, he arranges with the bank to lend him money to buy enough of the shares to outvote Wentworth's. It is a personal loan. It is also a short-term loan. He does not only have to pay back the money he borrowed, he also has to pay interest on it. In this case, 9%. This is the rate of interest. The bank manager asked for security. He wanted to hold the deeds of Grant's house. But a building society lent him money long ago to buy the property, and every year he repays a proportion of the loan to them, plus interest. By now, a lot of this loan has been paid back to the building society. Probably for this reason, the bank agreed to a second mortgage. If Grant could not pay back the loan within the time limit, his house would have to be sold and the first mortgage paid up. Then the remainder would go to the holder of the second mortgage, in this case, the bank. Very few banks will give an unsecured loan, one without any security or guarantee they will get their money back. So, Peter Grant, the next chairman, postponed the possibility of a takeover by buying 250 more shares in the company.
第19单元寻求合作
Unit 19. Looking for partners.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to speak at one of China's great academic institutions, one that is helping to revive and maintain your country's historic tradition of leading the world in science and technology, and one whose alumni are to be found in positions of leadership throughout the country. Here, as in so many other places in China, no visitor can help feeling the excitement of a great country developing at a breakneck speed, and every day opening up new vistas of knowledge and opportunity to its citizens. You can be really proud of your country and what it has achieved in the last 25 years. As I look out over the young faces in this audience, I cannot help envying the international students, more than 1,000, I am told, from over 50 countries, who have the privilege of sharing your learning experience here. It reminds me for a moment of my own student days when my country, Ghana, was newly independent. We felt we were suddenly reaching out to the world and making new discoveries every day. But then I also remember that times of rapid change can bring pain and confusion, even destruction, as well as progress and excitement. The more rapid and exciting it is, the more change calls for careful management and wise, humane leadership. Order and stability have to be preserved, but without choking off the freedom to inquire and experiment and express oneself, since, as you young researchers know better than anyone, knowledge and science have a vital role in national development. And technical expertise needs to be harnessed to the development and security of society as a whole, so that it not only creates greater wealth for the few, but enables all citizens to feel safer and more prosperous. The development of such a great country as China cannot happen in isolation. It affects the whole world, and it draws you into new relationships with other parts of the world. Increasingly, your economy depends on exchanges with other countries, both imports and exports, of both goods and capital. Foreign investment plays an essential role in your growth, while your holdings of foreign currencies and your management of your own currency are coming to play a vital part in the international monetary system. This means that you have a stake in the development and prosperity of the wider world, and your security too depends on international peace and stability. Your government shows that it understands this by the role that it plays in the United Nations and elsewhere. And increasingly, Chinese citizens are called on to take risks and make sacrifices in the interests of global security. It was impressive to see in our newspapers the other day pictures of Chinese policemen in blue helmets preparing to join the United Nations mission in Haiti, an island buffeted by both human and meteorological storms, which is literally on the far side of the world from here. So I am here, in part, to express the world's gratitude. Clearly you in China have understood, as your saying goes, that we all share the same breath. Human misery knows no frontiers, and nor should human solidarity. China, with its remarkable experience in development and expertise in security, can make a leading contribution to this vital global breakthrough. That is why I am so glad to be in Beijing today, and to have the chance to speak not only to your government, but also to you here, in one of China's great centers of innovation and creative thought. You young, educated people have so much to contribute to development, and to meeting the global challenges that I have spoken about: safeguarding world peace and security, developing friendly relations among peoples of different faith or culture, and achieving the Millennium Development Goals. You already have a well-developed network of solidarity between richer and poorer regions within China, and I know many of you will be serving in poor areas after you graduate. I hope some of you will think also about serving in other parts of the world where your skills may be even more desperately needed. I urge you all, and your contemporaries throughout China, to commit yourselves to finding answers to our century's great challenges of poverty, disease, and environmental degradation. I say to you, as I have said to students in the United States and many other countries, go out and make the world better. But I have spoken long enough. Now it's your turn. If you have questions, I will try to answer them, but I hope you may also have comments so that I can learn from you. Thank you.
第20单元，政策调整。
Unit 20, Policy Adjustment.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Good morning. I am glad to have the opportunity to meet with business leaders and colleagues here in Mexico today. In many ways, Canada and Mexico are partners. We share common issues and challenges. We both share borders with the United States, the most important export market for each of us. Both Canada and Mexico have recently faced setbacks in cross-border trade with the United States. These stem not only from weaker U.S. domestic demand, but also from specific trade problems and from border crossing delays associated with tighter security. We have both been affected by the slowdown in the world economy and by global economic imbalances, although the impact of these factors appears to have been somewhat less in Canada than in Mexico over the past 3 years. And we are both working on the structural adjustments that are necessary to weather shocks and to thrive in a changing environment. Today, I want to focus my remarks on Canada's adjustment to global economic changes. I will talk about our efforts to adjust to longer-term economic forces and about our challenges in this regard and thus to better manage and adjust to change. I will conclude with some thoughts about how Canada and Mexico can continue to adjust to the economic changes that face us in the future. Both Canada and Mexico are going to need to increase productivity in the face of fierce competition from lower-cost countries. Indeed, it is clear that all countries are going to have to find ways to become more competitive. In Canada, we have an opportunity in the next few years to realize solid, steady productivity gains again, thanks to past investments in information and communications technology. Of course, technology alone is not enough to guarantee higher productivity. To actually realize productivity gains, enterprises must make the necessary investments and organizational changes, and they must train their staff to use technology to its best advantage. Other forces in the world economy bear watching. These include significant imbalances in global current and capital account flows. And new players, particularly in Asia, are becoming increasingly powerful in the global economy. As I've mentioned, that increases the competitive pressure facing our manufacturers. But it also means new, fast-growing sources of demand and new opportunities. In the face of all of these forces, what kinds of economic adjustments will be needed in the future? Let me speak about the adjustments that we in Canada will have to make. First, our economy will need more high productivity activities. For significant gains in productivity to resume, governments must ensure that their microeconomic policies encourage flexibility and do not hinder innovation in the public and private sectors. Canada already benefits from an educated and skilled labor force. Nevertheless, workers must continue to have access to the training they need to take advantage of new technologies. And businesses need to ensure that their organizational structure and practices allow them to realize the potential of these new technologies. Second, Canada, like Mexico, must keep its fiscal house in order. We have made great strides in reducing our ratio of public debt to GDP. That ratio will need to decline further to give Canada the flexibility to meet the demands of our aging population. Third, we must provide the appropriate microeconomic policies with regard to labor markets, intellectual property law, environment, and foreign investment, among others. Fourth, we must ensure that our social policies strike a balance between facilitating the adjustments that need to be made and supporting those members of our society who are displaced by structural adjustment. Fifth, I believe that it is crucial that Mexico and Canada continue working together and with our U.S. partners to make NAFTA even more successful, and the benefits we have seen from NAFTA should strengthen our resolve to see freer trade globally. We need to continue to work towards reduced trade barriers at the Doha round of multilateral trade negotiations. It won't be easy, but the long-term economic benefits will make our efforts worthwhile. What is the role of monetary policy in all of this? As always, it is to facilitate adjustments by helping to maintain the balance between supply and demand in our economies. For the Bank of Canada, this means that we will aim to maintain inflation near 2% by trying to keep the economy operating as close as possible to its full production capacity. But it also means that at the same time, we will be aware of the longer-term forces that are driving adjustments in our economy. In Canada, we know that with a stronger currency, the economy will have to rely more on domestic demand and less on foreign demand for ongoing solid growth. We will take this into account as we set monetary policy. Both Canada and Mexico have, as a critical element of their monetary policy frameworks, a flexible exchange rate. This gives monetary authorities the ability to set monetary policy tailored to our own domestic economic circumstances. A floating Canadian dollar or floating Mexican peso facilitates the necessary economic adjustments and sends important price signals to economic participants. For many firms and many employees, we know that adjustment can be painful and difficult. But in today's world, not adjusting is not an option. Global demand is strengthening, and credit conditions are good. We have a better knowledge of what we need to do, and we have made important progress in strengthening our macroeconomic frameworks. The challenges that we will face make it even more important that we continue to strengthen our policy frameworks in order to adjust to changing circumstances and to take advantage of potential gains. The faster we are able to adjust, the greater the wealth we can create for our citizens, and the more our societies will surely benefit.
第21单元法律治安
Unit 21 Law and Order
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's how Abraham Lincoln described the American government in his Gettysburg Address. These simple phrases capture the essence of American democracy. Instead of ruling over U.S. citizens, the government is ruled by them. Elected officials are known as public servants who represent their constituents. Americans can get involved in government by voting, by writing letters to their representatives, and even by organizing peaceful demonstrations to make their voices heard. Each American citizen has a vested interest in how he or she is governed. Former President Theodore Roosevelt expressed the American view of government well. The government is us. At first glance, it might seem that the U.S. President, as leader of the free world, is the ruler of America. On Inauguration Day, the swearing-in of the U.S. President reflects the pomp and circumstance of a coronation ceremony, with dignitaries from around the world in attendance. People have sought to ascribe far-reaching powers to the President, but the Constitution ensures that the President will not become an all-powerful ruler. The U.S. government, as outlined by the Constitution, is divided into three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. The legislative branch passes the laws, the executive enforces the laws, and the judicial interprets the laws. The legislative branch is comprised of the two houses of Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. The executive branch is represented by the President, who is called the Chief Executive or Chief of State. Besides that, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President carries more than a little clout in world affairs. The judicial branch is made up of the Supreme Court and about 100 other federal courts. The 9 Supreme Court justices hold office for life. What does it mean to obey the law? That depends on where you are. Different cultures have very different views of obeying the law. In some cultures, law-abiding citizens try to keep the letter of the law. That is, whatever the law says, they do. In other cultures, good citizens live by the spirit of the law. They see the law only as a general guideline. Often they obey the law only when someone official is looking. The situation in America fits into the first category. That doesn't mean all Americans keep the law, but American culture teaches people to respect the law even to the smallest detail. Driving habits illustrate American respect for the law. A driver will usually stop for a red light even when there are no other cars around. People treat the lines marking streets and roads as definite boundaries, not just decorations. Vehicles yield to those with the right of way, particularly pedestrians. Actually, though, drivers don't always keep traffic rules. For example, many drivers ignore freeway speed limits. But Americans generally drive with careful attention to the rules. History gives several clues to explain American attitudes toward the law. The U.S. Constitution, the basis for all laws in America, reflects many historical influences. The Magna Carta, or Great Charter, was one. King John of England was forced to sign this document in 1215. It placed the king under the authority of the law. No longer was the king law, rather, the law was king. America's Christian heritage has also shaped how people view the law. For one thing, the Bible reveals God's unchanging laws which people must obey. It also teaches people to respect human authority as established by God. Of course, not everyone in America abides by the law. Crime is a growing problem. For that reason, law enforcement officials will never be out of a job. Police officers have their hands full trying to arrest lawbreakers. Detective agencies spend countless hours trying to figure out unsolved crimes. Nevertheless, most Americans still like to believe that the long arm of the law will eventually nab the bad guys. But even bad guys in America have the right to a fair trial. When a person is brought to an American court, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Many ancient Eastern systems, in contrast, viewed an accused person as guilty until proven innocent. They used torture and other extreme measures to find out the truth. The American system tries to protect the rights of the accused. Still, the system is far from perfect. Court cases involving celebrities like O.J. Simpson can become media circuses. Skilled lawyers sometimes use minor issues to get their clients set free, and prison inmates may live even better than many poor citizens. No one believes a perfect legal system is possible, yet every society has laws. Whether people follow the letter of the law or just the spirit of the law, they recognize the need for laws to keep order in society. Without them, chaos would result. If every man were a law unto himself, no man would be free.
第22单元，货币主权。
Unit 22, Money and Sovereignty.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I am delighted to be here this evening, and I am glad that you could all join us to mark the opening of this splendid new exhibition. This is one of a regular series of exhibitions in the IMF Visitor Center, and on this occasion, we are very grateful to have the Smithsonian National Museum of American History as co-sponsor. Without access to this one of the largest such collections in the world, I think the displays would have looked somewhat less enticing than they do. In the fund, we deal with money every working day, of course, and are in one sense keenly aware of the relationship between money and sovereignty. But we rarely have time to reflect on the history of this relationship, which is why this exhibition is so fascinating. As you wander round the displays, and I hope you will take the time to do so later, you will see how deep-rooted the relationship is. Indeed, I am struck by how many of the most topical issues of modern-day international finance have echoes in the past. The introduction of the euro, for instance, went right to the heart of the debate about what national sovereignty means. It is exactly the debate now going on in Britain, Sweden, and Norway, and indeed in the 15 countries that will soon join the European Union. Are countries, both their governments and their populations, willing to see their national currency disappear in return for apparently intangible benefits such as greater efficiency and access to a larger market? Governments are often torn, because the ability to print money can offer important advantages, especially for those who want to avoid fiscal discipline. And ordinary citizens have shown perhaps unexpectedly strong attachment to the pound, the franc, the peseta, and the lira. Trust in a currency takes a long time to build up. Europe's monetary union isn't exactly a novel idea. Several experiments were tried in Europe in the 19th century. Among the Scandinavian countries, where enthusiasm for the euro is notably lacking, and the short-lived Latin monetary union, an idea, I believe, inspired by Napoleon. But a similar debate about money and sovereignty took place here in the United States in the 18th and 19th centuries, and the Roman Empire was the first fully monetized society. This exhibition reminds us that, at its peak, the empire had a population of 100 million people. It was, and in a sense, the forerunner of today's single European market. Dostoevsky once described money as coined liberty. I don't think he was talking about the liberty of states at the time. But there is no doubt that the right to issue a national currency has long been jealously guarded by states, and sought after by those seeking national independence. Currency is seen as a symbol of national sovereignty, which is why the prospect of abandoning of a national currency is so painful a prospect to many people. The link between money and national identity is also clear from the importance that has always been attached to the design of notes and coins. The importance of symbolism goes right back to the Greeks, who, by the way, did not invent but rather adopted the idea of coinage. The eagle on American coins was first used as an image on Greek coinage. Given the constraint of the form, a small, usually round piece of metal, or a small piece of paper, the range and ingenuity of currency designers is impressive. That is clear from this exhibition, and it is also clear from the permanent display of all IMF member currencies to be seen along one of the corridors in the main part of the headquarters building. But history shows us that lovingly executed or imaginative design do not guarantee success or longevity. Currencies can lose their value rapidly because of inflation or political upheaval, or both. I am sure many of us have seen film footage of Germans during the hyperinflation of the 1920s, when half a day's pay needed a wheelbarrow to transport home. Hyperinflation was a chronic problem for many countries in the 1970s and 80s, especially in Latin America. And who now, for example, would attach any value, other than sentimental, to the Ostmark, the currency of the now-defunct East Germany? One of the fund's most important tasks is to help countries achieve the macroeconomic stability that helps keep inflation in check, and so maintains the domestic purchasing power of currencies. We are, in a sense, preaching the rewards of virtue, and in the context of this exhibition, it is interesting to see what Socrates had to say on this subject. I tell you that virtue does not come from money, but from virtue comes money and all other good things to man, both to the individual and to the state. Welcome to this exhibition. I wish you an enjoyable evening.
第23单元国际政治
Unit 23, International Politics.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
We are in an unprecedented period because for the first time ever, there is only one superpower. In a sense, there is therefore no balance of power. Will this situation persist? Well, the answer to that depends on whether you're an optimist or pessimist. Optimists believe that power politics will be subsumed within a constitutional world order shaped by a global ideology of human rights. I'm skeptical about this myself, more persuaded by the pessimists who believe there is no escape from power politics. They see another superpower emerging eventually, either through the decay of the United States or as the result of an outright challenge. The most obvious candidates would be China or a revitalized Russia. Others reject this dichotomy completely and anticipate a more evolutionary path, sometimes called the new medievalism, in which the relentless advance of information technology results in the demise of the state as we know it. The idea is that global communications will simultaneously empower individuals to create transnational virtual communities and make it more difficult for governments to control their populations. The result will be a new political landscape with overlapping jurisdictions for different aspects of life in place of territorial states with distinct jurisdictions. Again, I'm skeptical myself. We can't ultimately exist as virtual communities. We all have to live somewhere and pay our taxes. The resurgence of nationalism argues against this model in any case. In the first half of the 20th century, many believed that nationalism would give way to a world organized on liberal or communist principles. Some even believed in world government. But today the pressure is in the opposite direction, towards ethnic separatism. Since the end of the Cold War, much of the attention focused on nuclear and strategic issues has drained away to a dangerous extent, in fact. Weapons of mass destruction have not disappeared, and non-proliferation has now been seriously undermined by the nuclear tests in India and Pakistan. For the foreseeable future, though, a third world war seems unlikely. There is no major ideological fracture severe enough to sustain it. War itself won't disappear, but it will continue to be regional or local, more often within the state than between states. What about the balance of power? Well, the one thing that we can be sure about is the experts will get it wrong. How many of us predicted the end of the Cold War and the Soviet breakup? Our job is not to predict the future, but to improve understanding of the world we live in. On that front at least, I'm optimistic about progress.
第24单元 就职演说
Unit 24, An Inauguration Address.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
The peaceful transfer of authority is rare in history, yet common in our country. With a simple oath, we affirm old traditions and make new beginnings. As I begin, I thank President Clinton for his service to our nation, and I thank Vice President Gore for a contest conducted with spirit and ended with grace. I am honored and humbled to stand here, where so many of America's leaders have come before me, and so many will follow. We have a place, all of us, in a long story, a story we continue, but whose end we will not see. It is the story of a new world that became a friend and liberator of the old, a story of a slave-holding society that became a servant of freedom, a story of a power that went into the world to protect but not possess, to defend but not to conquer. It is the American story, a story of flawed and fallible people united across the generations by grand and enduring ideals. The grandest of these ideals is an unfolding American promise that everyone belongs, that everyone deserves a chance, that no insignificant person was ever born. Americans are called to enact this promise in our lives and in our laws. And though our nation has sometimes halted and sometimes delayed, we must follow no other course. Through much of the last century, America's faith in freedom and democracy was a rock in a raging sea. Now it is a seed upon the wind, taking root in many nations. Our democratic faith is more than the creed of our country. It is the inborn hope of our humanity, an ideal we carry but do not own, a trust we bear and pass along. And even after nearly 225 years, we have a long way yet to travel. While many of our citizens prosper, others doubt the promise, even the justice of our own country. The ambitions of some Americans are limited by failing schools and hidden prejudice and the circumstances of their birth. And sometimes our differences run so deep, it seems we share a continent but not a country. We do not accept this, and we will not allow it. Our unity, our union, is the serious work of leaders and citizens in every generation. And this is my solemn pledge. I will work to build a single nation of justice and opportunity. I know this is in our reach because we are guided by a power larger than ourselves who creates us equal in His image. And we are confident in principles that unite and lead us onward. America has never been united by blood or birth or soil. We are bound by ideals that move us beyond our backgrounds, lift us above our interests, and teach us what it means to be citizens. Every child must be taught these principles. Every citizen must uphold them. And every immigrant, by embracing these ideals, makes our country more, not less, American. Today, we affirm a new commitment to live out our nation's promise through civility, courage, compassion, and character. America, at its best, matches a commitment to principle with a concern for civility. A civil society demands from each of us goodwill and respect, fair dealing and forgiveness. What you do is as important as anything government does. I ask you to seek a common good beyond your comfort, to defend needed reforms against easy attacks, to serve your nation, beginning with your neighbor. I ask you to be citizens, citizens, not spectators, citizens, not subjects, responsible citizens, building communities of service and a nation of character. Americans are generous and strong and decent. not because we believe in ourselves, but because we hold beliefs beyond ourselves. When this spirit of citizenship is missing, no government program can replace it. When this spirit is present, no wrong can stand against it. After the Declaration of Independence was signed, Virginia statesman John Page wrote to Thomas Jefferson, "We know the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Do you not think an angel rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm?" Much time has passed since Jefferson arrived for his inauguration. The years and changes accumulate. But the themes of this day he would know: our nation's grand story of courage and its simple dream of dignity. We are not this story's author, who fills time and eternity with his purpose. Yet his purpose is achieved in our duty, and our duty is fulfilled in service to one another. Never tiring, never yielding, never finishing, we renew that purpose today, to make our country more just and generous, to affirm the dignity of our lives and every life. This work continues, this story goes on, and an angel still rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm.
第三和第25单元教育权利
Unit 25, The Right to Formal Education.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Last week, we featured a column by ESL specialist Doris Parton, who, on the basis of the results from a recent UNICEF study comparing educational inequality in the 24 nations of the OECD, lamented the state of American public schooling. Her analysis of the contrast between U.S. suburban schools, usually good, and urban schools, typically bad, struck me as fair. But I must take exception to some of the assertions in her article. Ms. Parton refers to America's number 18 position in the Educational Disadvantage League in the UNICEF report. I was prepared to be shocked. The gap between the best and the worst public schools, or between the average and the lowest educational attainment of pupils, was greater in America than in any OECD country except Germany, Denmark, and less remarkably, Spain, Italy, Greece, and Portugal. Wealthy, suburban and small-town and ultra-homogeneous Finland shines in slot 3, while wealthy, suburban and small-town, but far less homogeneous Denmark occupies slot 20. Canada and Australia rank 4th and 5th, the U.S. 18th. No doubt the rankings bear some relation to classroom realities, but I wonder if it is reasonable to go too deeply into lamentation mode. Finland and Denmark are culturally very similar countries, but one clear difference between them lies in the size and origin of their immigrant populations. Finland has very few immigrants. In contrast, Copenhagen, the Danish capital, has substantial neighborhoods of poorly integrated immigrants and many schools where little Danish is heard on the playground. In this respect, Denmark resembles Germany. Might the presence of large numbers of immigrants not explain some of the performance problems in American schools? And not just any immigrants. The children of poor, ill-educated families from societies like Mexico, where few peasants escape poverty through the village school. Canada and Australia are also wealthy English-speaking nations with sizable immigrant populations. But their governments carefully dole out visas on the basis of would-be immigrants' education and professional background. In other words, these nations absorb foreigners fully aware of the economic value of education, having already used it to better their lives. When boatloads of much more ordinary Asians approach the shores of Australia, on the other hand, they are received coolly. For better or worse, official U.S. immigration policy is not geared towards this sort of social selection, and whatever the policy may be, the country cannot control the illegal influx over its southern border. For historical reasons, this problem does not keep me awake at night. America has been flooded with illiterate Irish, Italian, and Slavic peasants in the past. Yet in 3 generations the newcomers were almost wholly absorbed into the American middle class. Given half a chance, the new peasant arrivals from Mexico and farther south will follow the same broad pattern. Problems in the first generation, adjustment in the second, advancement in the third. What particularly troubles me about Ms. Parton's article is the statement that we need to stop blaming poverty, parents, or the home environment for the difficulty a child has in learning. Poverty, I agree, is not directly to blame for such difficulties, but parents and the home environment, on the other hand, are crucial factors. Those immigrant parents who recognize at least the economic value of education will be the first to see that their kids cooperate with school teachers. If parents take school seriously, by and large, children will too, especially in the early years, when literacy skills are being mastered, and they will thrive even in run-down school buildings. Taking school seriously may mean that a parent forgoes some employment opportunities for a while to make sure that children are doing something constructive after school, homework, reading, and supervised play, not watching garbage on TV or hanging out in the street. The worst impact of poverty is in making it harder for immigrant parents to assume this role. Ms. Parton seems to attribute the success of children in school above all to good teachers armed with an effective methodology. I am second to none in my praise of the dedicated pedagogue. But the record of teachers in rescuing children from families where what kids do in school is of no interest to the parents or parent is not, in my view, encouraging. Most often, at least one of the parents has to be reached in order to guarantee that children make progress in school. Where children respect a parent and know that he or she demands good behavior in school, even mediocre or loutish teachers can pull off the trick of producing modestly literate and numerate children, which is not to wish bad teachers on children, but merely to suggest where the key to success lies in most cases, with the parent who makes sure the child does its homework.
第26单元，减债除贫。
Unit 26, Debt Reduction and Poverty Elimination.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I want today to set debt reduction in the context of development challenges of poor countries. My key message is that we need a step change in the way we look at the purpose of debt relief, from ending debt to ending poverty. As a chief economist at the World Bank said in a Guardian article last week, debt relief is a strong anti-poverty weapon, but it must be part of a broader development strategy. Now is a time for new thinking, and the task is an urgent one. 1 out of 4 people in the world live in absolute poverty. Deserts are spreading, forests are shrinking, and seas are being overfished. With projections of growing strain on all the natural resources of the world, and the likelihood of increasing violent conflict and calamity arising from that, it is not just morally imperative that we act to give the poor of the world the chance to get out of poverty. It is in our interest to do so. There can be no secure future for our children and grandchildren unless we build a more equitable world. The world will only be able to achieve these goals by concerted action. Here, Britain can make a significant contribution. Our international links are unique. We have all kinds of influence: the United Nations, the European Union, and the Commonwealth. We have significant influence in the World Bank and the IMF. As you will know from our white paper on international development, the strategy and the targets are already in place. We are pushing on all fronts for their adoption and monitoring. We are the first generation with the possibility of working systematically to eliminate poverty and illiteracy, not just to reduce them or to alleviate them, but to eliminate them. This evening, I am going to argue that debt relief should only be given in the context of partnerships to eliminate poverty, that HIPC is critical and could be enhanced, that there may be a case for additional debt relief in the light of the government's total debt servicing of internal as well as external debt, and that progress requires continuing concessional resource flows. So, we need to implement this step change in the goal of debt relief, from ending debt to ending poverty. Debt reduction from now on has to be linked to the international development strategy. That may sound obvious, but it is not what we do at present. Current debt initiatives are based on the idea of restoring the external sustainability of a country, calculating what can be paid to external creditors. I do not want to belittle this. It is extremely important for a poor country to restore its ability to function effectively in the international economy. This is reinforced by the opportunities provided for accelerated development if poor economies are able to participate in a rapidly globalizing world. But my point is that the level of debt relief itself is not designed to address broader development objectives. Debt is not evil in itself. Borrowing for high-quality investment is clearly beneficial and appreciated. The aim should be for countries to borrow prudently along a sustainable path to fund priority investments. This requires a clear debt management strategy. We have recently agreed to provide core funding, alongside other donors, for the Program of Debt Relief International, which works with HIPC countries to develop debt management strategies. To make real progress, the government and people of each country must develop a clearly defined approach to this complex challenge. The priorities of government budgets are obviously central to this. We need to look at the expenditure necessary to achieve poverty reduction objectives and then see how debt reduction can contribute to making it possible. We must always remember debt relief is a means to an end, not an end in itself. For a government with a commitment to the poor, debt relief has some important benefits. Firstly, it frees the government's own resources to fund development. It is surely right that as soon as possible, a government should, for example, fund its basic health or education programs from its own revenue. It gives a strong sense of local ownership and responsibility. Secondly, it is a way of signaling donor support for the long-term programs of a government. Thirdly, it can help to stimulate the investment necessary for long-term growth. But, of course, sometimes debt relief will not be the right option. Aid funds used for debt relief have an opportunity cost. Sometimes, money will be better spent on direct support for the health or education sectors, or to promote sustainable livelihood. The key question to ask is what the role debt relief plays in eliminating poverty.
第27单元新贵调查
Unit 27. A survey of the new rich.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
What the markets give, they can quickly take away. The bursting of the dot-com bubble made this painfully clear, and Jay Walker was exhibit number 1. Early this year, it was reported that building work had stopped on the mansion of the founder of Priceline, a once-hot internet stock. In 1999, Forbes magazine had ranked Mr. Walker as the 53rd richest American, with an estimated net worth of $4.1 billion US. This year, he was a long way off the list. As people get wealthier, the task of managing and retaining their riches gets increasingly complex. As well as decisions about how to invest the money, there are tax planning issues that can make a huge difference to how much wealth survives to be passed on to the next generation. There is fierce competition to provide advice and manage the wealth of the new rich. Many banks now claim to offer a one-stop service, including asset management, tax planning, and accounting. However, the quality of this integrated product varies widely. The new rich are less loyal to their private bank and are more prepared than people with old money to switch to one with a better track record. The sleepy Swiss private banks are waking up to the growing threat posed by foreign competitors, especially American ones. Private banking is labor-intensive, with each highly paid banker dedicated to at most a handful of clients whom he knows well. A traditional Swiss private bank probably has little interest in customers with marketable assets of less than $5 million US. However, this is a market that most financial services firms find highly attractive because it can be run out of an existing branch network and is thus supposedly scalable, i.e., can be cheaply expanded. A number of academic studies suggest that a company should pass out of the control of the founding family within 3 generations. Only 4% of firms survive into the ownership of the 4th generation. Many family firms in continental Europe and Latin America are now coming on the market, having been inherited by a generation much more financially sophisticated than the founders. Asians are less keen on this form of diversification because many of them still aim to build a business dynasty. An abundance of money is no miracle cure for all human ills, as the new rich are discovering. What is different this time is that there are so many of them. Millions of families have triumphed against necessity. They are, by any historical standard, rich. So they are ready to pursue happiness. But this is where the problem begins. They don't know where to find it. There are specific problems associated with being, and particularly with becoming, exceptionally wealthy. The world's leading private banks now encourage some of their clients to seek advice from psychoanalysts on their relationship with their wealth. There has been plenty of publicity about sudden wealth syndrome, also known as affluenza. Sudden wealth syndrome was named by Stephen Boulbart and Joan D. Furia, 2 psychologists who, in 1997, set up the Money, Meaning, and Choices Institute, MMCI, to explore the psychological opportunities and emotional challenges of having and inheriting money. For many of the new rich, wealth meant a leap in social class. They had no expectation of wealth, nor history of knowing how to live with it. The American dream has always been about the possibility of personal advancement up the social scale. But traditionally, the dream was really about going from working class to middle class, not working class to rich, and certainly not within a few years. Car, house, work, the whole way of life. The new rich have often undergone a radical change in identity. Though the bursting of the dot-com bubble has made some MMCI clients a lot less wealthy, most are still rich by any definition. But gone is the belief that instant wealth automatically accompanies hard work and good ideas. It was a wake-up call to a generation who grew up in affluence. The new rich learned a lesson about the fragility of wealth that their parents and grandparents did from the Great Depression and the Second World War. A more general source of worry for the truly rich is that their wealth makes them the target of crooks and lunatics. To reduce the risk, they make growing use of private security firms and often live in well-protected gated communities or secure private estates. Without the need to work, wealthy people's children can become demotivated and purposeless. They can find it difficult to develop an appreciation of the value of money because they have never been short of it. They can also feel crushed by the pressure to match the achievement of the creator of the wealth they are enjoying, not least from the family itself.
第28单元宽容文化
Unit 28, The Culture of Tolerance.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Distinguished colleagues, the events of September 11th were a grim reminder to all of us of the absolute necessity to vigorously combat terrorism and extremist violence anywhere and everywhere. They were intended as an attack on the open society we cherish and on the values of democracy and human rights on which it is built. They were meant to strike at the very foundations of peace among nations and civilizations. Their purpose was to sow hatred, violence, and destruction among the nations and civilizations of the world. Our response to this challenge must be a dialogue among civilizations, a commitment to the peaceful resolution of differences, to tolerance and mutual respect. That is a challenge that requires a clear understanding, however, of our own fundamental values, values we must defend but also live up to. There is no direct and certainly no casual link between these two challenges, but they will nevertheless determine the course of the 21st century. Our response to both challenges will decide whether we live in a world of escalating cultural, religious, and ethnic conflict, or in a world in which different civilizations coexist peacefully. Our world will always be defined by the diversity of our societies and cultural traditions. If there is respect and tolerance for our differences, they will enrich all our lives. But if such differences are exploited for political ends, they may cause untold harm. What is the real meaning of tolerance and dialogue in this whole process? Let me start with a general comment. This dialogue can only succeed if Orient and Occident engage in it on equal terms. Tolerance, then, means respecting the fact that civilizations are different. Dialogue, as I see it, means seeking a common understanding of those values that will guide us through the 21st century. This kind of intercultural dialogue is a very ambitious goal. To achieve it, we must all begin work at home, within our own societies. We, for our part, are striving to develop and practice the kind of tolerance I have described. That needs time, and in some cases requires difficult judgments. Let me give you an example. Should the Koran be taught in German schools? And who should do the teaching? It is just one of the many practical issues that have led to intensive debate in Germany, among the general public, in the political arena, and also before the courts. But in the course of these debates, we have steadily deepened our understanding of what it really means to be a tolerant society. Without a solid common basis, however, only monologue, not dialogue, is possible. Is there general and wholehearted support for the values enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the relevant international conventions? Do we really share the same understanding of the importance of individual liberty and other fundamental human rights? These questions include the issue of the role and rights of women. Their rights must be an integral and prominent part of this dialogue. Once we have reached a clear and solid consensus on those values we hold in common, it is up to political leaders to endorse these rights. They must defend this spirit of openness in society, defend it against the modern fundamentalism that seek to impose their own absolute truths. For me, this also means people must be free to practice their religion. The way minorities are treated is the true test of the culture of tolerance for which I am calling. True tolerance is an expression of self-confidence, not weakness. It is only when we succeed with this dialogue within our societies that we can really reap the fruits of a dialogue between our societies. Let us make a real effort to move away from a culture of lecturing each other to a culture of learning from each other. There have been periods of appalling intolerance in the history. Today, however, it is our common responsibility for the future, which makes it imperative that our dialogue is substantive and successful. A future we will shape not just as neighbors, but also when we ourselves live in the midst of societies less familiar to us than our own. Not only in the political arena, but also in schools and the media, we must come to an understanding of what I call a culture of tolerance. That is, what we must work for, each one of us beginning in our own country, yet also all together.
第29单元商务会计
Unit 29, Business Accounting.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
People in the business world all use accounting terms and concepts to describe the resources and the activities of every business. Today, I'll talk about the function of accounting. The underlying purpose of accounting is to provide financial information about an economic entity. Financial information about a business is needed by managerial decision-makers to help them plan and control the activities of the organization. Financial information is also needed by outsiders, owners, creditors, potential investors, the government, and the public, who have supplied money to the business or who have some other interest in the business that will be served by information about its financial position and operating results. Developing and communicating this information is the role of the business organization's accounting system. An accounting system consists of the methods, procedures, and devices used by an entity to keep track of its financial activities, and to summarize these activities in a manner useful to decision-makers. Regardless of whether the accounting systems are simple or sophisticated, 3 basic steps must be performed with data concerning financial activities. The data must be recorded, classified, and summarized. Step 1. Recording financial activity. The first function of an accounting system is to create a systematic record of the daily business activity in terms of money. For example, goods and services are purchased and sold. Credit is extended to customers. Debts are incurred, and cash is received and paid out. These transactions are typical of business events which can be expressed in monetary terms and must be entered in accounting records. The mere statement of an intent to buy goods or services in the future does not represent a transaction. The term transaction refers to a completed action rather than to an expected or possible future action. Of course, not all business events can be objectively measured and described in monetary terms. Therefore, we do not record in the accounting records such events as the death of a key executive or a threat by a labor union to call a strike. Step 2. Classifying data. A complete record of all business activities usually amounts to a huge volume of data, too large and diverse to be useful to decision makers such as managers and investors. Therefore, the data must be classified into related groups or categories of transactions. For example, grouping together those transactions in which cash is received or paid out is a logical step in developing useful information about the cash position of a business. Step 3. Summarizing the data. To be useful to decision makers, accounting data generally must be highly summarized. A complete listing of the sales transactions of a company such as Sears, for example, would be too long for anyone to read. The employees responsible for ordering merchandise need sales information summarized by product. Store managers will want sales information summarized by department, while Sears top management will want sales information summarized by store. Outsiders, such as the company's stockholders and the Internal Revenue Service, probably will be most interested in a single sales figure which represents the total sales of the entire company. These 3 steps we have described, recording, classifying, and summarizing, are the means of creating accounting information. However, the accounting process includes more than creating information. It also involves communicating this information to interested parties and interpreting accounting information to help in the making of specific business decisions.
第30单元绿色旅游
Unit 30. Green Tourism.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to welcome you all this morning to take part in this forum co-organized by this city and the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs. I am honored to speak as the host of an event that will help us map out a sustainable future for our cities. The issues that delegates will present and debate over these 2 days are ones that concern all of us here, as we seek to ensure that economic growth can develop hand in hand with social progress and protection of our natural environment. It is always a challenge to try to pinpoint what we mean by sustainable development, given the wide spectrum of subjects it may involve. The 2002 World Summit in Johannesburg used the theme of People, Planet, Prosperity to convey the key elements of sustainability. This is a simple and straightforward formula that helps to express in more accessible terms the noble concept of sustainable development, i.e., our future depends on finding a proper balance between the creation of wealth, equal opportunities for our citizens, and a respect for our natural and cultural heritage. The Johannesburg World Summit showed clearly that there is widespread concern in all sectors of the global society for the sustainability of our current way of living. Many nations responded with a high level of commitment to achieving positive results from the summit. One of the key outcomes of the Johannesburg summit was, of course, the plan of implementation, which aimed to set out key areas for action in pursuit of sustainable development worldwide. We have taken good note of this document as our local strategy for putting the principles of sustainable development into practice begins to take shape. In recent years, we have sought gradually to make sustainable development an underlying principle in the formulation of new policies and programs. In putting forward major new proposals, we require government agencies to critically evaluate the sustainable development angle and to consider its full implications before making a final decision. Our aim is to ensure that in taking forward the programs needed to consolidate our position as a modern city, we do not compromise the quality of life of our citizens now or in the future. Governments, both at the city and national levels, obviously have a pivotal role to play in implementing the principles of sustainable development. But the Johannesburg World Summit also recognized that it is essential for people and organizations outside governments, including the business sector and civil society, to also play a leading role in pushing towards more sustainable practices and lifestyles. Our experience in recent years has brought into sharp relief the importance of addressing the principles of sustainable development in the governance of our cities. In particular, the needs to maintain strong networks of support for our citizens and to preserve a healthy and pleasant natural environment have become clear priorities in the vision for our further development. To achieve this vision of a society that is economically vibrant and socially inclusive, and that values its natural and cultural heritage, we need to do more than simply promote and encourage the concept of sustainable development. We have to implement them as a core feature of our future plans and projects. The Johannesburg Plan of Implementation rightly emphasizes the need for concrete action in this regard, including the setting of targets and a commitment to partnership between the various sectors of society. Furthermore, we must not see the challenges to sustainability as resting only within the confines of our own cities. Rather, we should look to work closely with our neighbors in addressing these challenges, giving due weight to the concept of thinking globally and acting locally. Our economic growth, our social progress, and our ability to act as conscientious stewards of our natural environment will depend very much on cooperation and the sharing of information with neighboring cities. For us, working together with our neighboring cities as partners to build on our respective strengths is important. I am optimistic that we will find durable ways of dealing with the objective of making our cities better for future generations. This United Nations Leadership Forum is an important step towards greater understanding of how we can promote the sustainable development of our cities. It also provides a platform for the renewal of existing partnerships and for further extending partnerships and cooperation within the region. I look forward to each member playing its part in helping to forge a sustainable future in which the people of this region and of this planet at large will prosper. I wish you all a very fruitful and enjoyable forum. Thank you.
教育改革。
Unit 31. Reform in Education.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I want to talk a little bit today about the revolution in American education. We must leave no child behind. We are not satisfied with a society that graduates citizens who cannot read, write, or do basic math. Nor are we satisfied to turn out young men and women unprepared to enter fine institutions of higher learning such as this, unprepared to compete in the global economy, unprepared, really, for life itself. Our revolution in education will take an evolution in awareness and thought. We can do it, but all of us, teachers, principals, parents, colleges, business and community leaders, must work together and agree to accept nothing less than the best for our kids. I fervently believe that every child can learn, but first, every child must see that potential in him or herself, and so must every teacher, administrator, and of course, parent. No child left behind recognizes the inborn potential in every child. It seeks to level the playing field for everyone, regardless of skin color, spoken accent, or street address. Under the law, states must show how their students will reach proficiency, grade level or better, in reading, writing, and mathematics. In exchange, they're granted unprecedented flexibility to get the job done. I am proud to say that it's been 1 year since all 50 states, plus Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, submitted their accountability plans and had them approved. Now those plans are in action. Under the law, adequate yearly progress must be measured and maintained for all students, and, here's the key, all categories and subgroups of students as well. We cannot leave teachers behind either. Our goal is for all teachers of core academic subjects to be highly qualified. That means a bachelor's degree, certification by the state, and demonstration of subject matter competency for each subject taught. We're augmenting that with a teacher-to-teacher initiative with roundtables, workshops, and the first ever Research to Practice Summit. Under NCLB, schools in need of improvement must spend at least 10% of their Title I funds to assist teachers through professional development or college coursework. Districts can also use Title II Improving Teacher Quality state grants to fill in the gaps through alternative certification, merit pay, or recruiting incentives. We've launched 2 new programs, Reading First and Early Reading First, that are instructing tens of thousands of teachers in scientifically sound, proven teaching methods. No more fads. Our goals are ambitious. All teachers highly qualified and all children proficient. But are they unrealistic? I don't believe so. This is a nation that went from the Wright brothers to Neil Armstrong in less than 1 lifetime. Seeing our children reach grade level in 10 years is not asking too much. No child left behind, I would add, is not a punitive law, as some in the media have described it. The remedies for schools that do not meet their goals is not punishment but help. Help for both schools and the parents. Tutoring, after-school and summer school programs, and transfer to another public school are options that must be provided if the school continues to lag behind. The need is there. In its first year, more than 160,000 students took advantage of these choices. This illustrates another revolutionary aspect of the law. There is no shortage of people willing to help. Community groups, business leaders, profit providers, community colleges, and 4-year universities all must be allowed to be part of the solution. No Child Left Behind is spawning more choices for more students. Businesses are joining with educators to form charter schools. Some states are starting charter colleges to train teachers in hard-to-fill subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what works, and we know that public education is working for many, many young Americans. Knowing that, it would be unconscionable to deny what works to so many others. We face an achievement gap, but it's one we can bridge with a little more achievement of our own. It's time to bring everyone to the same table, those who shape society and those who are shaped by society, to find common cause on these critical issues. We owe it not only to the generations coming after us, but to those who came before us, like Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, and Linda Brown, the men and women who refused to buckle under to racists, who blazed a path of freedom for all of us, and who insisted that the American dream is not limited by color or creed. A revolutionary idea indeed. The American dream is about ensuring that our children have greater opportunities than we had. It's wonderful to know that it's within our power to make that dream come true. I thank you for doing more than your share to make it happen.
第32单元环境安全
Unit 32, Environmental Security.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to participate in this symposium on environmental security. We cannot narrow our vision to only railroads, bridges, and factories, nor can we narrow our endeavors merely to imitation. We must make economic prosperity foster intellectual and spiritual contributions which keep our civilizations alive and contribute to the onward march of human civilization. A great man once said, "I do not want my house to be walled in on all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want the culture of all the lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible. But I refuse to be blown off my feet by any." That man was Mahatma Gandhi. I believe we would do well to remember his words today. The great economic and social issues of our time are intimately linked with the quest for political stability. But during the past few years, people have been increasingly concerned with the impact of the current ecological crises on the political stability of nations and regions and even within societies. Today, people around the world, particularly in the developing world, are struggling to survive in the face of growing deserts, dwindling forests, declining fisheries, poisoned food, water, air, and climatic extremes and weather events that continue to intensify, floods, droughts, and hurricanes. The question that must be asked is whether the scarcity of renewable resources, such as cropland, forest, fresh water, and fisheries, could precipitate violent civil or international conflicts. There are clear signs that environmental scarcities could contribute to violent conflicts in many parts of the world. In the coming decades, accelerating environmental pressures could transform the very foundations of the international political system. Let us take the availability of water first. Supplies of fresh water are finite. As the demand grows and in the absence of clear consensus on how best to use shared water resources for the benefit of all, that competition has the potential of erupting into acrimonious disputes. An even greater threat to future human welfare is through the undermining of the productivity of the land through accelerated soil erosion, increased flooding, and declining soil fertility. The growing number of people affected by desertification, estimated to be 1 billion, are not simply waiting to be touched by the magic wand of development. They are literally losing ground as their lands suffer more and more from the effects of this disease. The continuous decline of global biological diversity and the traditional habitats of indigenous and traditional people also has an impact on intensifying conflicts between and within societies. Most of the areas of mega biodiversity are inhabited by indigenous and traditional people. They provide an inextricable link between cultural and biological diversity. Today, we are in the process of profoundly remaking international trade and markets. Globalization and international trade have become almost an ideology, promising a radiant future for us all. But is there a dark side? Have we looked at other impacts? For example, is globalization destroying subsistence agriculture? Are we co-opting third world farmers into production for the international marketplace, while their societies are made dependent on imported food? Cultural diversity is more than skin color or physical characteristics. It is more than language, song, and dance. It is the embodiment of values, institutions, and patterns of behavior. It is a composite whole representing a people's historical experience, aspirations, and worldview. Deprive a people of their language, culture, and spiritual values, and you deprive them of their sense of direction and purpose. Political conflicts occur when political and economic institutions and processes wrest control over traditionally held resources without negotiations or compensation. Conflicts could occur when political and economic institutions and processes degrade environmental settings and place individuals and populations at risk. Political conflicts occur because people find themselves forcibly relocated while governments and industry expand export-oriented industries, develop international tourist facilities. The global community must improve its ability to identify emerging environmental problems and assess alternative responses. Formulating effective global, regional, and national policies on matters vital to our future requires the ability, the foresight, capability to make accurate, long-term projections of global trends and their interactions in areas such as population, natural resources, environmental quality, and other factors of geopolitical significance. It also requires structure to link the results of such projections directly to current decision-making. Foresight is not prediction, it is not central planning, and it is not a surrender to computer models. Rather, it is a process for bringing better information into the decision-making process, for linking analysis and decision, and for obtaining the best available description of the potential implications of policy choices. Foresight is the capability to effectively assess and monitor the long-term changes in the environment. It will also give the ability to identify environmental hotspots with the potential of breaking into violent conflicts. Environmental securities can also be improved by reducing the distance between the decision makers and the people who are supposed to benefit from their decisions. The challenge before the global community is to design enabling mechanisms to increase people's participation in development. And it has to maintain an effective two-way communities and to ensure that the benefits of sustainable development reach the marginalized, the political, invisible masses. Thank you for your attention.
第33单元医学常识
Unit 33, General Knowledge of Medicine.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
It has been found that a large number of human diseases have a genetic basis. This knowledge lends importance to the development of eugenics. 3% of humans have hereditary diseases which are transmitted in a Mendelian fashion. 5% more have familial traits which indicate a genetic basis but cannot be analyzed as Mendelian traits, and these numbers are increasing. 2 diseases which account for the deaths of hundreds of thousands a year, cancer and heart disease, are thought to have some genetic component. Scientists working in the field of immunogenetics are trying to discover the nature of resistance to cancer, which also has a heritable component. In the future, they will try to stimulate or create the same condition in all individuals. A recent study has shown that some forms of heart disease may be inherited as an autosomal dominant trait. An understanding of the genetic basis would alert persons from families with an incidence of the disease to the possibility of incurring heart conditions, and perhaps cause them to alter their diets and life habits accordingly. For example, those who may inherit genes for heart trouble would stop smoking and avoid high-fat diets. The rise in numbers of mutagens and carcinogens in our environment has led geneticists to believe that these agents will continue to increase. Unless routine screening for mutagenic effects is developed, science will be unable to devise euphenic measures for each new disease condition. But use of euphonic measures may mean countering the forces of natural selection, which are the basis for the evolutionary strength of a species. PKU homozygotes normally do not reproduce and transmit the harmful mutations to future generations. When they do develop normally, and every member of the next generation would be a carrier of the mutation, assuming that the spouse is normal. This will add to our genetic load and weaken the human species from the evolutionary point of view. Should we then, as some believe, counsel such individuals against reproduction, or even legally prohibit them from having children for the good of the species? If we decide on this course for homozygotes of PKU, should we not extend the same philosophy to those whose families have a history of heart trouble or schizophrenia? Such questions lead us to the area of eugenics.
第34单元，地球灾难。
Unit 34, Global Disaster.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
What caused Earth's biggest extinction? The answer may lie in tiny buckyballs filled with extraterrestrial gas. It occurred in a blink of an eye, geologically speaking, about 250 million years ago. In the space of a few thousand years, something terrible happened to our planet. Something that wiped out 90% of Earth's ocean species and about 70% of those that lived on land. It was the worst extinction in the history of the Earth. Scientists called it the Great Dying. It eliminated whole communities of coral reefs, forests of fern-like trees, giant amphibians and ferocious reptiles, swarms of seemingly indestructible insects, and the ocean's ubiquitous triobites. Those hard-shelled invertebrates with complex eyes that were never seen on the planet again. What caused the so-called Permian extinction? Any number of scenarios have been offered, ranging from the explosion of a nearby star to ice age cooling and greenhouse warming. None of them were entirely convincing. Last week, a team led by a junior professor from the University of Washington appeared to have finally cracked the puzzle. Writing in the journal Science, the professor and her colleagues blame this mother of all extinctions, as she calls it, on the impact of an asteroid or a comet like the one that probably wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. In each case, The damage would have been done not by the explosive collision itself, but by the series of global disasters it triggered. Furious volcanic eruptions, a rapid heating of the atmosphere, and the depletion of life-giving oxygen from the ocean. On what evidence do this professor and her colleagues base their conclusion? Tiny smoking guns in the form of soccer ball-shaped carbon molecules called Buckminster fullerenes, or buckyballs, after Buckminster Fuller, inventor of the geodesic dome. In sites ranging from Hungary to China and Japan, scientists digging in layers of 250-million-year-old rock found scattered buckyballs that had trapped in their cage-like structure traces of extraterrestrial gas, helium and argon, in a rare form that scientists know could have been forged only during star formation. The scientists can't say exactly where the comet or asteroid struck because the tectonic processes that rearrange the Earth's surface have since churned up most of the evidence. But they can estimate its size. It probably measured 4 to 7 miles across, roughly half the size of the island of Manhattan, and it would have slammed into the Earth with the force of a magnitude 12 earthquake.
第35单元再生能源
Unit 35, The Renewable Energy.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that energy is fundamental to us, to the stability and growth of our economies, the cohesion of our societies, and the very quality of our daily lives. Yet, for too long, here in the UK and across the developed world, we have taken access to energy resources for granted. It's so easy for us to turn on the lights and heating that we give barely a thought to it. And yet we are far too dependent on existing energy resources, which are neither finite nor secure. Demand for energy is outstripping supply capacity, and science teaches us more than ever of the damage we are causing to the globe by unchecked consumption of high carbon products. So too, the developing world faces its own energy problems. Here too, dependency on unsecured energy imports and an imbalance between supply and demand imposes often devastating economic pressures. The absence of a sustained energy supply in many parts of Africa, Latin America, and Asia imposes constraints on economic growth and development, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of poverty and underdevelopment. In the energy field, then, there is a unique synergy of national interests across all our continents. If we are to ensure safe access to the plentiful energy resources we need in the future, we must all face up urgently to the global challenges that face us in this policy sphere: security, dependence, poverty, and climate change. In short, we need to change the way that we both produce and consume our energy. We need not just access to secure energy resources, but access to clean energy supplies, environmentally sound energy supplies, and affordable energy supplies. The partnership REEEP that we celebrate here today enshrines many of the progressive principles that underpin the work and outlook of the UK government: a commitment to international cooperation and engagement, increased support for the nations of the developing world, the pursuit of sustainable development, and a progressive global environmental agenda. This partnership also signifies our commitment to renewable energy as a means to bring about the changes necessary to improve energy security, to foster economic development and greater social equality, whilst at the same time reducing the environmental impact of energy consumption and production. Firstly, Renewable energy will enhance the security of many nations by reducing dependence on imported fossil fuels. The energy supplies of too many countries are vulnerable to disruption, with all the attendant problems of economic and social dislocation that energy shocks and crises bring with them. Secondly, a commitment to renewables will also help us address the pressing environmental challenges facing us all. They will help us tackle the health problems resulting from pollution and the destruction of our ecosystems. And by replacing traditional energy sources with cleaner energy supplies, we can help to slow down and ameliorate the damage done through global warming and climate change. Thirdly, the economic development of those nations that have hitherto been held back by a lack of access to sustainable energy supplies will also be encouraged by a move towards renewables. Through access to energy in this newer form, nations will be able to support greater growth and output, industrial innovation and development, and these new energy sources and technologies will themselves create valuable new commercial opportunities for us all. We are already beginning to see some of the fruits of our partnership working across the globe, delivering those sustainable programs. A UK company, Bronze Oak, is working with our EEEP partners in the Philippines to use the byproducts of that country's sugar industry to bolster the foundations of the power sector through renewable cogeneration. We are working with Chinese partners to explore the potential for tradable renewable energy certificates in order to increase the uptake of renewables in China and improve our energy efficiency. Closer to home, here in Europe, environmental investment partners are working to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by helping provide seed capital to wind and biomass generators. I know that the agenda today will enable all of us to learn more about these and other REEEP programs and the progress that is being made. Everyone here today has the practical experience and commitment to fulfill the ambitions set out in Johannesburg. Through our combined will, political, commercial, and human, we can develop and enlarge the market for proven energy technologies, which will further our shared development goals and tackle the environmental threats we face. It is noble and necessary work that I am proud of that the UK government is so closely associated with and committed to in partnership with you all. Thank you for everything you are doing, and let us look forward in partnership to even more progress and success in the future.
第36单元持续发展
Unit 36, Sustainable Development.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Thank you for the invitation to be part of your conference. It is good to be at a conference dedicated to sustainability. I am a member of the Greenpeace organization, and sustainability is one of the 4 core Greenpeace organization principles. The government defines sustainability as enabling this generation to meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. The other 3 principles are nonviolence, appropriate decision-making, and the need for social justice or fairness in our affairs. However, the principle most people will associate with the Greens is the sustainability principle, and most people will identify sustainability with the need to protect the environment. So today, I am mainly talking sustainability and its implications for tourism, not just about what a sustainable tourism might look like, but how the tourist industry might contribute to a sustainable future. First, what are the components of a sustainable future? Once again, it must be fun and much less wasteful of energy, time, and resources. It must be fair, so it will be a future that respects the right of all people to participate. It must recognize that our survival is dependent on preserving the biodiversity and the capacity of the planet to sustain life. We must live in ways that not only enhance the quality of our own lives, but the lives of the other species, communities, and generations with which we share the planet. It is also likely to be more local and less global as we attempt to source more of our needs from closer to home. When I entered Teachers College many years ago, I was told that an important part of my career would be preparing my pupils for an age of leisure. It hasn't happened. We are working longer and harder. While leisure is likely to account for substantially more of our expenditure and resources in the 21st century, it is likely to account for an ever smaller portion of our time. For generations, New Zealanders have gone off at Christmas and visited valleys or gone camping at the river or the beach, in tent and caravan. Today, we are likely to disappear to the other end of the country or to some other country for the weekend. We fly to Sydney for the day to watch a rugby match or celebrate a friend's 50th birthday, and we stay in hotel and motel and eat in restaurant and cafe. Holidays are a major component of our indebtedness. Many of the components of the tourist industry are or could be sustainable. Tourists spend much of their money on food and accommodation. Both are labor and capital intensive and relatively modest in their demand on resources and energy. Much of the food is likely to be, and could be even more, locally sourced. Locally produced food and crafts do not require huge energy inputs to deliver from other parts of the world, and most of the money spent on those goods and services is likely to remain in the communities where they are purchased. A relatively few visitors can make otherwise marginal operations viable. Restaurants, retailers, and arts and recreational activities and facilities that smaller communities might find difficult to sustain or justify on their own are likely to be successful when the visitors are factored in. Local businesses are likely to be more willing to sponsor the community element in cultural and community activities in recognition of the custom these activities are likely to bring to their businesses. Tourism can strengthen local culture. Culture is more than the arts. Culture is all of the qualities that make each of our communities unique. The concept of cultural tourism needs to identify what it is that makes all elements of the New Zealand visit special. The New Zealand unique culture could add a great deal more to a uniquely New Zealand experience. It is just possible that the recognition by our tourists of what it is that makes us uniquely us may be instrumental in developing a pride and confidence in all elements of our culture, including the language, the history, and the values. Most New Zealanders enjoy welcoming visitors into their communities. We are a pretty parochial lot and enjoy being able to show our places off, and I suspect that while numbers may put the pressure on our most beautiful lanes, it is the visitors and the possibility that we might lose them and the need to be liked that will see us look after our heritage and conservation estate. We can probably continue to feed and accommodate current numbers, and probably more if we distribute them more carefully. However, parts of New Zealand are already over capacity, and I have a concern about the sustainability of all of our activities, including tourism, and about the lack of any analysis of the impacts of fuel shortages on tourism or any other aspect of our lives. I have no doubt that international travel will continue, but is there a point at which air travel becomes prohibitively expensive for all but the prodigiously rich? And do we have a handle on when that might be, and might the outcome be fewer guests for longer stays? If air travel does become the preserve of the very rich, What kind of experiences will survive? Energy is likely to be a limiting factor, but I would prefer to examine how we might like the future to be. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
第37单元房产政策
Unit 37 Housing Policies
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored and delighted to have the opportunity to return to my alma mater and address this distinguished gathering. The Asia-Pacific Network for Housing Research plays an important role as a forum for academics and professionals within the region to exchange ideas and experience that relates to research into housing and social development. Your sharing of such valuable knowledge and information would in turn facilitate our efforts to continuously improve the quality of the housing that we provide for our community. In a moment, I will share with you some of our recent experience in formulating housing policies and programs. Perhaps I should begin with a brief recap of the major trends that have affected this area in the past few decades, as this will serve to put our policies and strategies into context. Over the past 50 years, we have pursued a vigorous public housing program to meet the changing needs and aspirations of our community. We began by providing very basic accommodation to those who were homeless or living in very poor conditions. When that was accomplished, we started to build better designed and self-contained housing estates to meet the rising aspirations of the community. Over the past few years, we have managed to deliver a number of our more ambitious goals set in the 1990s. We have now cleared all the temporary housing areas and cottage areas in the territory. The number of people who live in substandard or overcrowded accommodation now stands at an all-time low. Recently, the government announced its revised Statement on Housing Policy, which spelt out in very clear terms the different roles played by the government and the market in the housing sector. It made clear that the government will confine itself to the provision of public rental housing for families who cannot afford private housing. In order to give full effect to this policy stance, the government will cease playing the role of property developer by halting the production and sale of public subsidized flats under the home ownership scheme. The statement also underlined the importance of maintaining a stable environment to enable the sustained and healthy development of the property market on a level playing field. The three most basic policy considerations upon which the statement was founded are 1. Providing for the underprivileged, 2. Keeping market intervention to the minimum, and 3. Providing a stable level playing field. Looking from a macro perspective, our economy is showing healthy signs of recovery after the adversities we have been through in recent years. One aspect of the economic recovery and improvement of public sentiment we are now witnessing has been the gradual revival of the property market. There have been initial signs of a rebound in recent months. We firmly believe that a clear, comprehensive, and consistent housing policy will be instrumental in restoring the long-term confidence of the public and investors. We will continue to implement and consolidate our policy in this regard. We are, of course, continuing to strive relentlessly for other improvements in our subsidized housing program. We will achieve them through closer and more effective cooperation with all the stakeholders in this area, including the construction industry, the property sector, and most importantly, the community as a whole. We will listen ever more carefully to the community's views about public housing, and we will make every effort to meet its needs. We will strengthen our partnerships with the construction industry and housing professionals. Together with them, we will explore and implement innovative new design concepts and construction technologies that will enable us to build better homes in a smarter and more cost-efficient way. Working closely with residents, we will further upgrade the quality of the maintenance and management of public housing estates to make them cleaner, healthier, and more environmentally friendly places to live. The purpose of the repositioned housing policy framework I have just described is to facilitate a more clear-cut demarcation of the public and private sectors. Our success in doing so will depend on our ability to make the most effective use of our valuable housing resources in both the public and private sectors under changing economic and social conditions. While I recognize that every society in the region faces its own unique housing issues, I know that we face many common challenges. So I hope your conference will facilitate the exchange of valuable experience and information about this important aspect of social development in this region and elsewhere. And I am convinced that you will leave with fresh insights and inspiration to tackle the tasks that are ahead of you in the years ahead. Thank you.
第38单元电脑技术
Unit 38 The Computer Technology
篇章交传
Passage for Consecutive Interpretation Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Today's lecture on computer know-how will focus on two problems. One is about the plug-in technology, and the other is about virus programs. Life online can be a much richer experience when you aren't restricted to just written words and still pictures. Even if you're new to the net, you've probably heard about multimedia online, listening to audio, watching animations and videos, even playing in three-dimensional space. Sound and movement make information come alive. To experience it, you'll need special pieces of software called plugins. The term plugin refers to a small add-on piece of software which extends the capabilities of your web browser, like Netscape Navigator or Microsoft Explorer, turning your computer into a radio or TV. When you arrive at a web page which contains a file requiring a plugin which you don't have, you will usually receive a message asking if you want to get it by downloading it and installing it into your computer. Most of the time, the installation will be automatic. Occasionally, you'll run into a downloaded file which needs to be decompressed or unzipped before installation. Once installed, plugins run automatically, without you having to do anything. Many multimedia controls still need to be obtained from the developer, but are installed automatically. Shockwave is a good example of this. All you need to do is go to the Macromedia site and click on the link to install the ActiveX control. The rest happens automatically. The next time you go to a Shocked website, the Shockwave control loads and plays the movie. Most plugins and controls can be downloaded for free on the Internet, although not all will work with every system. The computer virus is an outcome of the computer overgrowth in the 1980s. The cause of the term computer virus is the likeness between the biological virus and the evil program infected with computers. The origin of this term came from an American science fiction, The Adolescence of P1, written by Thomas J. Ryan, published in 1977. Human viruses invade a living cell and turn it into a factory for manufacturing viruses. However, computer viruses are small programs. They replicate by attaching a copy of themselves to another program. Once attached to the host program, the viruses then look for other programs to infect. In this way, the virus can spread quickly throughout a hard disk or an entire organization when it affects a LAN or a multi-user system. At some point, determined by how the virus was programmed, the virus attacks. The timing of the attack can be linked to a number of situations, including a certain time or date, the presence of a particular file, the security privilege level of the user, and the number of times a file is used. Likewise, the mode of attack varies. So-called benign viruses might simply display a message. Malignant viruses are designed to damage the system. The attack is to wipe out data, to delete files, or to format the hard disk. There are 4 main types of viruses: shell, intrusive, operating system, and source code. Shell viruses wrap themselves around a host program and don't modify the original program. Shell programs are easy to write, which is why about half of viruses are of this type. Intrusive viruses invade an existing program and actually insert a portion of themselves into the host program. Intrusive viruses are hard to write and very difficult to remove without damaging the host file. Shell and intrusive viruses most commonly attack executable program files, those with a .com or .exe extension, although data files are also at some risk. Operating system viruses work by replacing parts of the operating system with their own logic. It is very difficult to write operating system viruses, and these viruses have the ability, once booted up, to take total control of your system. For example, some operating system viruses have hidden large amounts of attack logic in falsely marked bad disk sectors. Source code viruses are intrusive programs, and they are also inserted into a source program, such as those written in Pascal prior to the program being compiled. They are the least common viruses because they are not only hard to write, but also have a limited number of hosts compared to the other types. So far, Internet has become the main channel through which the computer viruses spread. Look, here come the second network computer viruses. Even without snatching information from the network, your computer can be infected by the second network computer viruses, which are hidden in some machines on the network. Your computer is, so to speak, in danger once being connected to the network to browse. The virus that can steal your money belongs to a kind of the second network viruses. It was designed and put in some machines on the network. When your computer is linked to one of these machines, the virus will invade your hard disk and search whether Intuit Quicken, an accounting software, is installed. One of this accounting software's functions is to transfer accounts automatically. Once infected, your money will be transferred to an additional account opened by the virus program without anybody knowing it. Thank you for your listening, and see you at the next lecture.
第39单元亚洲崛起
Unit 39 The Emerging Asia
篇章交传
Passage for Consecutive Interpretation
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Ladies and gentlemen, It is an honor to participate in this important conference. Today I would like to talk about the economic outlook for Asia, focusing mainly on the emerging market economies, and to discuss some of the challenges the region needs to meet to fulfill its enormous potential. Asia showed considerable resilience last year. Supportive macroeconomic policies and the recovery of the global economy helped the region to bounce back from the geopolitical uncertainties in the second half of the year. Propelled by a resurgence of domestic demand and the highest export growth in nearly 3 years, non-Japan Asia was once again the fastest growing region in the world. Looking further ahead, while there are reasons to be optimistic, important challenges and risks are present. The baseline scenario for the following year that there will be growth in the global economy and the growth in Asia will slow down marginally as expansion in some key economies reverts closer to potential. However, there are challenges to sustaining world growth. These include making progress with an orderly resolution of global current account imbalances, managing the transition to higher interest rates in industrial countries, and a likely rise in spreads on emerging market debt, and addressing difficult fiscal situations in many industrial countries and some emerging market ones, including here in Asia. Each of these challenges, if not addressed properly, carries a risk of weakening the global recovery on which Asia is dependent. I will now discuss 4 areas where policymakers need to focus in the period ahead to strengthen prospects for sustained growth. First, exchange rate policy in light of global current account imbalances. Second, the need for further progress with structural reforms. Third, ensuring that public debt levels are reduced. And lastly, regional economic cooperation. The large current account imbalances in the world economy are a concern because of the risk of disorderly adjustment that could disrupt global growth. Asia, with its sizable current account surpluses, is a significant part of this pattern of imbalances, although the current account deficit in the United States is, of course, the most prominent element. And because of its dependence on the strength of the global economy, Asia has much to gain from an orderly resolution of this problem. What is required is a cooperative approach with each region playing its part and with the burden of adjustment fairly shared. A second challenge for many countries in Asia is to press ahead with still incomplete structural reforms, especially those needed to bolster domestic demand. Financial and corporate restructuring has been uneven across the region. Despite the progress made, many banks and corporates remain saddled by weak balance sheets, hampering the recovery of investment needed for more balanced and durable growth. Also, legal and regulatory reforms in many Asian countries have lagged. This has prevented the improvements of the investment climate. The list of unfinished business includes effective bankruptcy laws, tighter prudential oversight, and improved disclosure and governance in the capital markets. A third challenge facing emerging Asia is to make sure that the burden of public debt remains manageable. Emerging market countries as a group have public debt ratios that are now higher than the industrial countries. The growth in public debt in emerging Asia since the mid-1990s has been particularly rapid, with the debt burden rising from some 40% of aggregate GDP in 1996 to about 65% now. This increase reflects, of course, the need to recapitalize banking systems during the financial crisis in the region. As a result, emerging Asia now has a debt-to-GDP ratio significantly larger than Latin American or the group of transition economies. Finally, I want to touch upon the issue of regional economic integration and cooperation in Asia. Regional initiatives are afoot to improve financial cooperation. The Chiang Mai network of bilateral swap agreements, whose amounts are quite large, could play a significant role if a participating country ever got into financial difficulties. And the efforts underway to spur the development of regional bond markets, while still at an early stage, should help diversify sources of finance away from the banking systems and limit reliance on foreign currency debt. I see these initiatives, which the IMF has supported, as reflecting a desire to enhance policy collaboration in the region. Indeed, the policy dialogue that is taking place in a variety of regional fora is fostering institutional reforms and financial stability. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia is the most dynamic region in the world and is set this year to continue to grow rapidly. The outlook for further into the future is also promising, though there are important policy changes that still need to be addressed. Looking back at the tremendous progress that Asia has made over the last decades, I am confident that reforms in the region will continue in the right direction and that Asia is destined to become an even stronger force in the world economy. Thank you.
第40单元亚洲合作
Unit 40 Asian Cooperation
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
I'm very glad to have this opportunity to participate in this forum with its theme, Asia Searching for Win-Win Development Through Cooperation. It is a very timely and important theme. I am glad for two reasons. First, the conditions are now ripe for us to realize the vision of Asia developing through cooperation. I believe it is only through such cooperation that we will ensure the continued prosperity of all our people. Second, I like to think that we embody the spirit of development through cooperation, and I would like to share with you some recent events that you might find useful in your discussions. The vision of the peoples of Asia cooperating with each other for their mutual benefit and prosperity is not new. We may recall the year when the leaders of Asia and Africa, including the great giants of the time, Premier Zhou Enlai, President Sukarno, and Prime Minister Nehru, met in Bandung for the first time to discuss ways to work together to bring progress and prosperity to their peoples. I like to think that the meetings are, in a way, a continuation of this process. The leaders at Bandung had a vision of cooperation, but the political, social, and economic conditions of the time were not quite right. Asia was divided by the Cold War, and the countries of the region were preoccupied with their own problems, the challenges of the post-colonial period, and recovering from the ravages of World War II. Therefore, it has not been possible to develop, to work together, to reach out to each other as much as we have wanted to. But conditions have clearly changed. In the last few decades, particularly in the last two, a great spurt of development has transformed the economies of the region. Our economies have diversified, and we now produce an entire range of goods and services that makes regional trade very viable. We are generating capital flows that make regional investment an important tool for growth. Peace and stability have brought the countries of the region closer together and have made possible trade and investment, progress and prosperity. We have seen concerted efforts to link our regional economies together as embodied in APEC, in ASEAN, plus China, Japan, and Korea, the so-called 10+3 process that we all hope will lead first to an Asian free trade area, then an Asian Pacific free trade area, and ultimately to a global free trade area. I would like to echo the opinion that Asia will not be prosperous if we exclude the other trading partners. We must work together on a global basis. Take China's robust economies such as Hong Kong, the Pearl River Delta, and the Yangtze River Delta. We have watched and participated in these developments with great interest. We are very much impressed because these economic models are based on being open to trade and investment flows from all over the world, and on providing a world-class business platform that those within the region and beyond may use and benefit from. In these efforts, the local economies have been greatly helped by the central government of the country. For example, an economic partnership agreement known as CEPA was recently concluded, under which a range of goods manufactured in Hong Kong will enjoy duty-free access to the mainland. Also enhancing Hong Kong's value as a business platform is the growing integration of the Pearl River Delta, which, as you know, is one of the world's fastest-growing regions. Several major cross-boundary infrastructure projects, roads, railways, bridges, will strengthen Hong Kong's links with the Delta. But perhaps more important than the infrastructure is the agreement that Hong Kong has reached with the authorities in Guangdong to work more closely together as a regional economy that embraces Hong Kong, Macau, and the Pearl River Delta. This will be a huge regional economy. Today, Hong Kong and the Pearl River Delta have a population of 60 million people, with a GDP of about $250 billion US. In 10 years' time, we believe the combined GDP of the region will be about $500 billion US. Hong Kong and Shanghai, two of China's economically most important cities, agreed to build closer links and have identified 8 areas of cooperation, including transport, airports and ports, logistics, investment, trade, and financial services. In each of these areas, we will look for ways to leverage our respective strengths for the benefit of both parties. Let me put it to you that the agreements reached between Hong Kong, the Pearl River Delta, and the Yangtze River Delta are fine models for the sort of cooperation that leads to win-win development. In each of these cases, we have pooled Hong Kong's competitive strengths, the world-class business and financial services, the business-friendly low-tax environment, the excellent infrastructure, and the clean and efficient government, with the competitive strengths of its partners to create a situation in which the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
第41单元美欧关系
Unit 41 U.S.-EU Relation
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Today I'd like to share with you my view on the U.S.-European relations. Current relations between the United States and Europe should not be misread as being on the brink. They are not, however, as has been seen, immune to tension. The United States was decidedly split with France and Germany over the decision to use military force to remove Iraq's ex-president Saddam Hussein. Consequently, cross-Atlantic ties have been the chilliest since the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s. U.S.-European relations have increasingly been at odds. The divergence has manifested in politics, security, economy, and society. Politically, the United States pursues a global strategy in which it wields world dominance that it is not willing to share. While the EU's global strategy includes building a unified and strong Europe through integration, all in the spirit of a multilateral world. Washington stressed in its national security strategy that it would reinforce its leading role in shaping world structure with its unchallenged might. In response to this, French President expressed his view that a world with only one dominant strength is dangerous, which is why he supports multilateralism. He also noted that Europe would occupy a niche in this multilateral structure. EU High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy, also stated in public that the EU has now assumed an important role in the world, so the organization should become a pillar of a more unified, just, stable, and freer world. Politicians and scholars in both United States and Europe have put forth different theories to support their respective political ideas. The United States has churned out several theories and dogmas, such as the so-called axis of evil, preemptive strike, neo-unilateralism, neo-imperialism, Lewisism, and neo-Christian fundamentalism. The essence of such ideologies is to underline that the world has entered an era of U.S. rule. The chaos in international relations demands, these thinkers reckon, that the United States assume a sort of new empire. As part of this theory, if necessary, the United States will fight international terrorism through preemptive military campaigns, toppling axis of evil countries by force so as to impose an American-style democracy and legal system. Old Europeans talk about effective multilateralism, preventive diplomacy, division of political work, and equal strategic partnership. These ideas intend to strengthen multilateral institutions and shape a new international order that is stable and just. They propose international relations be bound by common law, applicable to everyone. As for the so-called rogue nations, European governments suggest preventive diplomacy and oppose taking extreme or unilateral actions to change governments through force. In terms of security, as it tries to speed up the deployment of a national missile defense system, the Bush administration has withdrawn from the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, the Landmine Ban Treaty, the Biological Weapons Pact, and the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. It also still defines the Iraq War as a counter-terrorist effort. Meanwhile, old Europe has opposed Washington's military actions in Iraq from the beginning and been discontented with U.S. withdrawal from all these international treaties and conventions. The divergence between the two sides over military affairs can also be seen in the struggle for controlling European security affairs. Since the collapse of communist governments in the Soviet Union and East Europe, the United States has tried to use NATO as a trump card to put a leash on Europe, actively supporting NATO's eastward expansion. But simultaneously, the EU has begun implementing the European security and defense policy. A corresponding eastward expansion of NATO and the EU is accelerating the building of a solely European rapid response force. US-EU trade disputes and economic conflicts of interest are frequent. The EU is expanding and integrating a common European market, issuing a single currency, the euro. This has strengthened its economic edge to contend with the United States. After the Cold War, the United States, acting as the world's sole superpower, will inevitably tread over some of Europe's interests. More Europeans are now feeling averse to U.S. foreign policy. European leaders are coming up with their own political concepts to distinguish themselves from the Americans, such as European characteristics and European values. Ultimately, the U.S. strategy of pursuing world dominance will run counter to the EU's dream of a big Europe. Thus, the United States could see the EU as its biggest potential rival to hoard power. Right-wing political forces in power in the United States are not willing to see an independent Europe threaten the strategic interests of America. This is the foundation of US-EU conflict.
第42单元国际社会
Unit 42, The International Community.
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the new millennium is an occasion for celebration and reflection. In this new era, globalization is transforming the world, and people's actions constantly, if often unwittingly, affect the lives of others living far away. Globalization offers great opportunities, but at present its benefits are very unevenly distributed, while its costs are borne by all. Thus, the central challenge we face today is to ensure that globalization becomes a positive force for all the world's people, instead of leaving billions of them behind in squalor. Inclusive globalization must be built on the great enabling force of the market, but market forces alone will not achieve it. It requires a broader effort to create a shared future, based upon our common humanity in all its diversity. That in turn requires that we think afresh about how we manage our joint activities and our shared interests. For many challenges that we confront today are beyond the reach of any state to meet on its own. At the national level, we must govern better, and at the international level, we must learn to govern better together. Effective states are essential for both tasks, and their capacity for both needs strengthening. We must also adapt international institutions, through which states govern together, to the realities of the new era. We must form coalitions for change, often with partners well beyond the precinct of officialdom. No shift in the way we think or act can be more critical than this. We must put people at the center of everything we do. No calling is more noble, and no responsibility greater than that of enabling men, women, and children in cities and villages around the world to make their lives better. Only when that begins to happen will we know that globalization is indeed becoming inclusive, allowing everyone to share its opportunities. We must do more than talk about our future, however. We must start to create it now. The United Nations alone can meet none of the challenges I have described. They affect the entire international community, and they require all of us to do our part. But without a strong and effective organization, the peoples of the world will find meeting these challenges immeasurably more difficult. Whether the world's peoples have such an organization at their disposal depends ultimately, now as in the past, on the commitment of their governments to it. Now, as then, the member states are the very foundation of the United Nations. Today, we must reaffirm our founding purposes, but we must also think imaginatively how to strengthen the United Nations so that it can better serve states and people alike in the new era. Today, global affairs are no longer the exclusive province of foreign ministries, nor are states the sole source of solutions for our small planet's many problems. Many diverse and increasingly influential non-state actors have joined with national decision-makers to improve new forms of global governance. The more complex the problem at hand, whether negotiating a ban on landmines, setting limits to emissions that contribute to global warming, or creating an international criminal court, the more likely we are to find non-governmental organizations, private sector institutions, and multilateral agencies working with sovereign states to find consensus solutions. I believe two strategies will be essential to realize the potential of our organization in the years ahead. First, While our own resources as an organization are tightly constrained, those of the communities we serve are much greater. We must strive not to usurp the role of other actors on the world stage, but to become a more effective catalyst for change and coordination among them. Our most vital role will be to stimulate collective action at the global level. Second, the United Nations, like all other institutions in the world today, must fully exploit the great promise of the information age. The digital revolution has unleashed an unprecedented wave of technological change. Used responsibly, it can greatly improve our chances of defeating poverty and better meeting our other priority objectives. If this is to happen, we in the United Nations need to embrace the new technologies more wholeheartedly than we have in the past. The United Nations can succeed in helping to meet those challenges only if all of us feel a renewed sense of mission about our common endeavor, and the world's people are looking to their leaders to act on the major challenges ahead.
第43单元，维和使命。
Unit 43, The Mission of Peacekeeping.
篇章交传。
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Preserving world peace is a central purpose of the United Nations. Under the Charter, member states agree to settle disputes by peaceful means and refrain from threatening or using force against other states. Over the years, the UN has played a major role in helping diffuse international crises and in resolving protracted conflicts. It has undertaken complex operations involving peacemaking, peacekeeping, and humanitarian assistance. It has worked to prevent conflicts from breaking out, and after a conflict, it has increasingly undertaken action to address the root causes of war and lay the foundation for durable peace. UN efforts have produced dramatic results. The UN helped defuse the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 and the Middle East Crisis in 1973. In 1988, a UN-sponsored peace settlement ended the Iran-Iraq War, and the following year, UN-sponsored negotiations led to the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan. In the 1990s, the UN was instrumental in restoring sovereignty to Kuwait and played a major role in ending civil wars in Cambodia, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mozambique, restoring the democratically elected government in Haiti, and resolving or containing conflict in various other countries. Halting the spread of arms and reducing and eventually eliminating all weapons of mass destruction are major goals of the United Nations. The UN has been an ongoing forum for disarmament negotiations, making recommendations and initiating studies. It supports multilateral negotiations in the Conference on Disarmament and in other international bodies. These negotiations have produced such agreements as the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, 1968, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, 1996, and treaties for establishing nuclear-free zones. Other treaties prohibit the development, production, and stockpiling of chemical weapons, 1992, and bacteriological weapons, 1972. Ban nuclear weapons from the seabed and ocean floor, 1971, and outer space, 1967, and ban or restrict other types of weapons. By 2001, more than 120 countries had become parties to the 1997 Ottawa Convention outlawing landmines. The UN encourages all nations to adhere to this and other treaties banning destructive weapons of war. The UN is also supporting efforts to prevent, combat, and eradicate the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons, the weapons of choice in 46 of 49 major conflicts since 1990. The UN Register of Conventional Arms and the System for Standardized Reporting of Military Expenditures help promote greater transparency in military matters. UN peacemaking brings hostile parties to agreement through diplomatic means. The Security Council, in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, may recommend ways to avoid conflict or restore or secure peace. The Secretary-General plays an important role in peacemaking. The Secretary-General may bring to the attention of the Security Council any matter that appears to threaten international peace and security, use good offices to carry out mediation or exercise quiet diplomacy behind the scenes, either personally or through special envoys. The Secretary-General also undertakes preventive diplomacy aimed at resolving disputes before they escalate. The UN is increasingly undertaking activities that address the underlying causes of conflict. Development assistance is a key element of peace building. In cooperation with UN agencies, donor countries, host governments, and NGOs, the United Nations works to help war-torn countries rebuild administrative, health, educational, and other services disrupted by war. Some of these activities, such as the UN supervision of the 1989 elections in Namibia, mine clearance programs in Mozambique, and police training in Haiti, take place within the framework of a UN peacekeeping operation and may continue when the operation withdraws. Others are requested by governments, as in Cambodia, where the UN maintains a human rights office, or in Guatemala, where the UN is helping to implement peace agreements which affect virtually all aspects of national life. The Security Council sets up UN peacekeeping operations and defines their scope and mandate in its efforts to maintain peace and international security. Most operations involve military duties, such as observing a ceasefire or establishing a buffer zone while negotiators seek a long-term solution. Others may require civilian police or other civilian personnel to help organize elections or monitor human rights. Operations have also been deployed to monitor peace agreements in cooperation with the peacekeeping forces of regional organizations. Peacekeeping operations may last for a few months or continue for many years. The UN's operation at the ceasefire line between India and Pakistan in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, for example, was established in 1949, and UN peacekeepers have been in Cyprus since 1964. In contrast, the UN was able to complete its 1994 mission in the Azov Strip between Libya and Chad in a little over a month. Since the UN first deployed peacekeepers in 1948, some 123 countries have voluntarily provided more than 750,000 military and civilian police personnel. They have served, along with thousands of civilians, in 54 peacekeeping operations.
第44单元联合国序
Unit 44 About the United Nations
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation. Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
The United Nations has 6 main organs. 5 of them, the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the Trusteeship Council, and the Secretariat, are based at UN headquarters in New York. The 6th, the International Court of Justice, is located at The Hague in the Netherlands. 1. The General Assembly. All UN member states are represented in the General Assembly, a parliament of nations which meets to consider the world's most pressing problems. Each member state has 1 vote. Decisions on such key issues as international peace and security, admitting new members, and the UN budget are decided by 2/3 majority. Other matters are decided by simple majority. In recent years, a special effort has been made to reach decisions through consensus rather than by taking a formal vote. The Assembly holds its annual regular session from September to December. When necessary, it may resume its session or hold a special or emergency session on subjects of particular concern. When the Assembly is not meeting, its work is carried out by its 6 main committees, other subsidiary bodies, and the UN Secretariat. 2. The Security Council. The UN Charter gives the Security Council primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. The Council may convene at any time whenever peace is threatened. Under the Charter, all member states are obligated to carry out the Council's decisions. There are 15 Council members. 5 of these, China, France, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom, and the United States, are permanent members. The other 10 are elected by the General Assembly for 2-year terms. Member states discuss things like making changes in Council membership and working to reflect today's political and economic realities. Decisions of the Council require 9 yes votes. Except in votes on procedural questions, a decision cannot be taken if there is a no vote or veto by a permanent member. When the Council considers a threat to international peace, it first explores ways to settle the dispute peacefully. It may suggest principles for a settlement or undertake mediation. In the event of fighting, the Council tries to secure a ceasefire. It may send a peacekeeping mission to help the parties maintain the truce and to keep opposing forces apart. 3. The Economic and Social Council. The Economic and Social Council, under the overall authority of the General Assembly, coordinates the economic and social work of the United Nations and the UN family of organizations. As the central forum for discussing international economic and social issues and for formulating policy recommendations, the Council plays a key role in fostering international cooperation for development. It also consults with non-governmental organizations, NGOs, thereby maintaining a vital link between the United Nations and civil society. The Council has 54 members, elected by the General Assembly for 3-year terms. It meets throughout the year and holds a major session in July, during which a special meeting of ministers discusses major economic, social, and humanitarian issues. 4. The Trusteeship Council. The Trusteeship Council was established to provide international supervision for 11 trust territories administered by 7 member states and ensure that adequate steps were taken to prepare the territories for self-government or independence. By 1994, all trust territories had attained self-government or independence, either as separate states or by joining neighboring independent countries. The last to do so was the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, Palau, which was administered by the United States and became the 185th member state. Its work completed, the Trusteeship Council now consists of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. It has amended its rules of procedure to allow it to meet as and when the occasion may require. 5. The International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice, also known as the World Court, is the main judicial organ of the UN. Consisting of 15 judges elected jointly by the General Assembly and the Security Council, the court decides disputes between countries. Participation by states in a proceeding is voluntary, but if a state agrees to participate, it is obligated to comply with the court's decision. The court also provides advisory opinions to the General Assembly and the Security Council upon request. 6. The Secretariat. The Secretariat carries out the substantive and administrative work of the United Nations, as directed by the General Assembly, the Security Council, and the other organs. At its head is the Secretary General, who provides overall administrative guidance. The Secretariat consists of departments and offices with a total staff of some 7,500 under the regular budget and a nearly equal number under special funding. They are drawn from some 170 countries. Duty stations include UN headquarters in New York, as well as UN offices in Geneva, Vienna, Nairobi, and other locations.
第45单元全球合作
Unit 45 Global Cooperation
篇章交传
Passage for consecutive interpretation.
Listen to the tape and interpret the following passage from English into Chinese.
Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to participate in this important conference today. This conference takes place against the background of a significant strengthening of the global economic outlook. Led by the United States, the world economy now has the potential for a return to solid growth. The recovery is broadening and deepening, with all major regions showing improvement. And Asia, led by China and India, is in the vanguard of the global recovery. This rising tide will also lift our country, and we expect growth in this country to accelerate in the coming year. But we know that there are still risks to this outlook, notably arising from the persistent current account imbalances in the global economy. The recovery is still uneven, with growth relatively rapid in the United States and emerging Asia, picking up in Japan, but with the euro area lagging behind. Ensuring that the recovery is robust and sustained requires cooperation, and such cooperation should ensure that no region bears a disproportionate burden of adjustment. This requires a durable increase in national savings in the United States, with priority on establishing a framework for returning to fiscal balance over the medium term. It requires an ambitious acceleration of the pace of structural reform in Europe and Japan to lift their productive potential. And in those countries in Asia that have experienced a rapid accumulation of foreign exchange reserves, it requires making increased use of the scope for exchange rate flexibility and structural reforms to underpin domestic demand growth. Such commitments, made more credible by being collective, would underpin the expectation of a smooth adjustment in global imbalances. Asia's growing weight in the world economy gives it an important role in global cooperation. Asia now accounts for over a quarter of world exports and 1/3 of world output. My country itself surely ranks among the leading examples of Asia's success. Our real per capita income has increased 8-fold over the past 2 generations, and Asia is rapidly becoming more integrated. Intra-regional trade now accounts for 40% of Asia's exports, compared to 30% a decade ago. China's strong growth in particular is fueling a vibrant Northeast Asian region. Embracing global economic integration lies at the root of Asia's success, and globalization continues to offer much promise for Asia and for the world. I see tremendous potential for further long-term growth in the global economy. Technological progress continues at a rapid pace, and ever stronger trade and financial linkages are promoting further international division of labor and expanding markets, holding out the promise of gains in productivity and standards of living everywhere. But these gains are not automatic. Many have not been able to seize the opportunities offered by globalization, and severe poverty persists in too many countries. As we know from experience, Openness and economic interdependence can exacerbate the spillovers of economic shocks across countries and amplify domestic economic problems. Moreover, the rapid integration of China, India, and other large emerging markets into the world economy is raising competitive pressures for everyone, increasing the need for flexibility and innovation. How can other countries in Asia best address these pressures? And how can all countries ensure that they can seize benefits and opportunities of globalization while containing its inevitable risks? First, domestic economic policies in Asia must continue to be geared toward building resilient and competitive economies. This requires, in particular, strengthening domestic sources of growth, including vigorously tackling incomplete reforms in the financial and corporate sectors. It also requires pursuing policies that make economies more flexible and capable of absorbing economic shocks more easily. And it requires maintaining a good business climate conducive to investment, growth, and employment creation. Second, regional cooperation in Asia must complement national policies. Growing regional and global interdependence requires that policymakers pay increasing attention to the international context of their decisions. Asia is going in the right direction. East Asian countries will surely play an increasingly important role in promoting regional integration. A regional focus that remains open to the rest of the world holds the greatest promise for Asia's long-term growth prospects. Third, effective multilateral cooperation is essential for a successful globalization, and trade liberalization is a key pillar of this cooperation. It is well worth reminding ourselves that the tremendous expansion in global prosperity was only possible in the context of broad-based multilateral trade liberalization within a framework of reciprocity and rules. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia's success story was once dubbed the Asian miracle. But I would not call it a miracle. Rather, it was the result of hard work, economic policies that encouraged business investment, and, not least, a strategy to participate and compete in the world economy. I agree that Northeast Asia, which used to be on the periphery of the modern world, is now emerging as a source of energy in the global economy. And I am confident that the vibrant Northeast Asia region will also benefit all world citizens and make a significant contribution to the world in the process of globalization. Thank you very much.